I've got it. All right.
Hello, and welcome back to Crusade into Avernus. I am Chiarlo Larlin Dean the First, and I will be your storyteller this evening from the Dreamscape Storytelling Guild. And this is my player.
Hello. I am Xander, and my saint is Bekar Oko Pylon, and Sean Thompson is my chosen one.
Well, I need to get her to sit. Come here, Jasmine. Thank you. I'll continue with the intro once I make sure these dogs are in control. Come here, Jasmine. Jasmine. Sit. 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 Stay. 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 This is the annual Dreamscape hardcore campaign. In these campaigns, character death is not only possible, but likely. I aim for the game to be brutally honest in fair difficulty. Once a player character dies, the player will be muted in the call, and the only way to rejoin the game is to reach a resurrection or reinforcement point within the story. Of course, the surviving player characters will have to do that, if there are surviving player characters. We will be playing a modified version of the Wizards of the Coast module, Boulder's Gate, Descent into Avernus. And the wonderful music you will be hearing is by Vindsvept. Please go check out his work. It's great music. Good girl for staying calm. Stay. You'll get a treat if you don't bark when they drive away. Stay. Four Crusaders: Bakar, Govsund Mallory, Inquisitor Voltaire Castellanter, and Sir Nikolai Constantine have become saints after being contacted by Argus, the Angel of Cleansing. They have quickly gathered the religious zealots of the Sword Coast and to a lesser extent, larger Faerun, to attack Bator and dethrone Zerial, the fallen angel and archdevil ruler of Avernus, from the uppermost layer of hell itself. After the flash of hellish fire and bright blue light, causing the disappearance of the holy city of El Terrell in an apparent act of preemptive retaliation from the fiends. The other cities of the Sword Coast have fallen into fear that they might be next. Due to this, the Crusades gained a large amount of support from the military of the Sword Coast, in the form of floods of volunteers going to the gallant Company Q. A military whose entire motto is to be a hero and die for your country. Moreover, the continent. With the help of a wizard who permanently turned himself into an otter a while ago, the Crusaders launched themselves into Avernus to discover El Turel was tethered to Hell, floating above the river Styx, and besieged by fiends. Flying into battle with Lulu, a juvenile flying golden elephant, the Saints chosen, Sean, Svetlana Dangerfield, Fidchel, and Cassilia led the attack to reclaim the Holy City and gain divine stronghold above the peaks of Avernus. Jasmine, hey! Hey, Jasmine! No! Come here! Jasmine! Come here! Come here! Come here! Sit! Stay! Stay! Stay. The last strokes of Hell's lightning flash as the hail from Hell slows its rain of brimstone and hellfire, while you watch the hellish clouds of the Hellstorm disperse to reveal the Companion, a once-second sun for the city that is now a dark orb floating above the High Hall. The sphere of void surrounded by a crackling blue energy contrasts with the red hellscape of Avernus. As a war meeting is being discussed within the high halls. Word from, you are waiting from word from the Saints as to what precisely will be the next action. While they are discussing, I got distracted by the dogs barking and I actually skipped a bit of the intro. The light, as you're looking over the city of El Turel, the lightning and flaming boulders from the sky remind you of the battle. In that battle, lightning and flaming boulders rained from a raging hellstorm above. While flying on their griffins above the battle, Fidchel and several of the Chosen were struck by hellish lightning and careened to the streets below. The Saints, who were using a spell given by Argus, which allowed the Saints to be with their Chosen in spirit, despite not being in Hell itself. They were racked with the same pain that their Chosen felt. Voltaire felt the pain of death as Fidchel was fried to his grave. Now the city is in the Crusade's hands, but it is far from safe. The fiendish armies still besiege the city, but are not assailing it for the time. In this moment of relative quiet, the Crusaders are honoring their dead before they make their move to break the siege. As Sean, you are standing on the balcony waiting for the Chosen to gather and the more battlefield commanders to gather to discuss. You are the war commanders, the Saints, are gathered in their tent, overlooking the crater where Elturel once was, and the rift, the hell portal that has now waned vastly in size, allowing messengers through, but not armies, as the entirety of the Crusade has moved into Avernus. Other than, of course, the Saints, whose divine energy, being so connected with the planetar Argus, would have very well become a beacon to the fiends. And showed the hand of the Crusades before it was advantageous to do so.
Okay.
At this point, it would be pertinent to focus on the War Council of the Saints.
It would.
Currently, Voltaire is currently resting away, not at the war table himself. Gobsund is also missing, though perhaps going around the base camp, but has not answered his summons.
Bacall would grumble, seeing everyone else being so tardy to the summons. Considering
There's only
the
you and
importance of
Nikolai.
this mission.
Yeah, it's only you and Nikolai in the war tent.
So Nikolai,
Oi.
what are the chances that I could get a priest here to heal this wound that I feel that I've procured from my chosen one?
Well, I wouldn't much know a whole lot. I know to an extent it would be difficult to bring a priest here. Perhaps not wanting to get too close to a portal straight to hell.
I will pay any price, for I feel my chosen will also need to be healed in this regard, considering this wound is definitely a limiting one.
Oi, fair enough. If you wish to send off a letter, or a summons of sorts, by all means.
Thank you. He'll give a quick salute and go out to send the summons,
Yeah.
and then return.
Yeah. Nikolai is kind of currently looking at field reports of the, of like casualties and whatnot, as well as the map of Avernus. You would very much know that during the Battle of Elturel, the casualties of the entire crusade, like, the casualties were dwarfed by the number of the entire crusade. Though were a higher proportion when it comes to the knights, as you have fewer knights than you do others.
Right.
I unfortunately was not able to do the actual numbers for those because I did do it, and then I lost all of my notes and things.
Thought I had notes or messaged you notes.
Yes. I have the actual numbers of how many units went in.
Yeah. I thought I had also made a note of how many, like, we had left.
Yes, but not of, like, you had the notes of, like, the numbers when it comes to hordes. But
right.
not, yeah, like there was more in-depth numbers and actually, like, doing the proper math for the full Crusade's force.
Okay.
That I still need to do, specifically because the actual battle rolls will constitute additional casualties.
Okay.
But yes, so what are you... You're sending a foot message to...
I would hope we would have at least a horse. So when it
Yeah, okay, yeah.
traveling by foot, that would take far too long.
Yes. Okay, and what are you trying to... What are you requesting?
The premise of the summons is a request for an individual or a priest, most likely, who can cast Greater Restoration twice, even if it takes like 24 hours before he can do it again or whatever.
Okay.
And
what spell level? It's Greater Restoration again.
I believe Greater Restoration is a 5th level spell. Because we looked this up last time.
Yeah, but I forgot to write it down, I think. So I'm gonna need to look it up again. Greater Restoration, yes, 5th. Therefore... Okay, so that will be... Trained is silver, trained is... And then... Yes, so if you're summoning them here, go ahead and go ahead and roll an honor persuasion check.
With Bekar?
Yes.
Okay. What is his honor or persuasion? Let me just double check. $14.
14. Yes. Okay, yeah. It will... Moment.
And basically, the premise with the summons is to try to encourage them to come as soon as they can. And then the person with the who was delivering the summons was told that no matter what price they say it will cost, that the price will be settled when they deliver.
Okay, yes. Yeah, you send out the letter. You would know that it's about a 10-day journey, a 10 days journey to Waterdeep.
Horseback?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. After sending the summons in, he will come back to the war tent with Sir Nikolai, and he will look at the battle map. As he inquires of Sir Nikolai, what is our next move? El Terrell is now ours.
Aye, but it is still besieged and tethered down above the river Styx.
How do we break that tether?
That the reports don't say. And, whether we want to break El Tyrell free in the first place is uncertain. It may end up taking more time than is worth. After all, our mission is not to save this city, but to kill Zariel.
That is true. If that is the case, where would the fallen angel be held on this map here?
Well, from the reports, she has a moving fortress. But we'd have to find her, chase her down.
Of course. What scouting capability do we have? Could we have scouts head in cardinal directions, and with hopes of one of them finding at least the direction it currently is, and maybe a heading of its speed, we could perhaps intercept it.
Aye. That's a good thought. There's perhaps a other lead, rather than scouring all of hell itself.
Do you have another lead in mind, Sir Nikolai?
Aye. That Holophant. Little golden flying thing.
I remember it.
Supposedly, she remembered a thing or two. Notably, she remembers being familiar with this area. Some sort of familiarity with Avernus, and also remembers some sort of connection with Zariel herself.
Oh. And you think we could use this connection to find the fortress?
I don't think it's a metaphysical connection that'd lead us directly to it. No.
Well, I guess things would never be easy in hell.
Hey. Though, if we could find ways to jog more of her knowledge, she might know how to find this moving fortress of Zariel.
So then we send our troops where?
That's a bit of a harder question.
Okay. Looking at this map here, there are some towers of sorts and landmarks that seem important.
And we have been given some knowledge through some theology research from the Inquisition.
What have they given us?
Well, supposedly, points to the map, on that island in this lake of the river Styx that we are over, well, that Elturel is over, the place called the Tower of Arn. And
Okay.
over to the west, something referred to as the Stygian Docks.
Stygian Docks. Interesting.
You could make a religion check on either of those. Gotta know what they are.
You said religion?
Yes.
What is my religion? Religion, okay. Alright. On the tower, I got a 5, and on the docks, I got a 12.
Okay. Here a moment. Jeez. Okay, yeah, what was your check for the Tower of Orm?
5.
5.
Not expecting to
Yeah.
know much about it. But the docks, I got a 12. So maybe something?
No, not quite anything.
Okay.
Like, I mean, yeah, you're not, like, you haven't studied battle. That's the geography of hell is not often something that is studied a whole lot.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah,
Bakar
so
is a soldier by trade, so
yeah.
geography lessons on hellish landscapes, not something he would be
Yeah.
keeping track of.
Those would be the two closest targets. But of course, reports are given also that the fiends that are besieging El Terrell, there appears to be more than just a devil siege. It appears that there are demons rushing their way out of the River Styx. Constant battle. Probably what saved El Terrell from being destroyed in the first place. Demons and devils are ripping each other apart.
I see. If that's the case, Nope, I have nothing. I've never dealt with many a demon or fiend in my line of work, so...
Yeah, well,
Nikolai,
whatever the case is
propose?
Whatever the case is in the next step of our plan, we're gonna need to figure out how to get out of that siege. And from the information here, I mean, the state of the siege, the devils have stopped actively attacking, which appears that was all the might they could muster to attack Elturel, as well as fending off the demons. Though,
I see.
So that's potentially an angle we can look at it. Or, potentially, we could find a way to start moving Elturel. We could use it that way.
Move El Terrell. I thought you said it was tethered.
Well, Jasmine! No! 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 Give me a moment. Are you guys home? Okay. Jasmine, sit. 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 Stay. Stay. Okay. Well, yes, that would be the major problem with moving Elturel. Though it might be possible to start moving it around if we could get those hell iron chains off of the city. Those are the only two directions that are striking my mind.
Okay. The reports here show that there was a storm of some sort, and that's where most of these injuries that were inflicted on the chosen ones occurred. Do we know if that storm is still raging on?
Well, from last we heard, it was starting to dissipate or perhaps fade. Though, I haven't heard of a source being determined.
That is true. Perhaps we could use some scouting closer of the chains that are keeping out Terrell. Perhaps we could loosen one to allow us to drift to one side.
Aye. That is certainly a plan.
Well, considering the rest of our council of saints seem to be too busy occupied with other matters, I guess we go with this plan for now.
Aye. Believe that reasonable. It's not long before the word is brought to High Hold, the castle which overwatches the city of Elturel. As Cecilia, the athletic plate armor wearing blonde-haired high elf comes out to the balcony which Sean is standing on. The word has arrived.
He'll straighten up off the balcony and turn. What does it say?
Ultimately, find a way to break the siege. Some personal scouting on this side. A suggestion to look at the chains, see if they can be removed from the city. Though, she looks out at the massive chains that are held to the city. And the two of you remember back to when devils were charging their way up those chains. The chains being so massive that tens, hundreds of devils could charge at once. You'd need, unless they are significantly loose, just by looking at them, it seems like a large task to dislodge them.
Dislodge the chains. Next, they're going to tell us to just go ahead and jump into the lake beneath us.
Aye. A swim in some lava might be able to help us get out of hell.
Or may just keep us down here.
Ultimately, though, I think whatever way it goes, getting out of the siege will be based off those chains one way or another. They're either our way down to the shore, or the tether that will break. Come on. Let's have some conversation. As she heads back into the high hold.
Okay. Sean will continue to stare at the chains a little more. Before turning back to walk in.
In the room with Cecilia and you, there is a third figure. There is Uldar Ravengard, a dark-skinned man wearing armor and the symbol of the flaming fist on front of his armor. As well, his dark hair shaved very close to his head. You can make a history check to know much about Uldar Ravengard.
Okay. History.
He
I am
clearly
now
holds himself with a militaristic weight.
History, alright. $11 on that history.
You know, most of, like, pretty much the only thing you know about Ravengard is that he is a prominent, Baldur's Gate military figure.
Ah, okay. Was he the individual that my squad saved when we raided the castle?
He was the person who was leading the hold of Highhold.
Oh, okay.
He was defending it during the battle. The reason the fiends did not occupy it before you arrived. In the room along with you guys is Lulu the Holophant, who, using her her wings, her feathery wings sprouting from where her ears normally would be, is currently like hovering over a map of the or hovering in the room with you guys as well.
Okay.
Welcome, Raven Guard says. Looks to you.
Good.
And his armor is like nicked, and most of the cloth and banners and stuff are already like damaged from fighting.
Hope you're ready for another run, if we could call it that, or hunt.
Yeah. Well, I think we should do some mourning first. Not to mention there are still undead making their way out of the Grand Cemetery.
Yes, I still recall. What do we know about the Grand Cemetery? Have we seen what fiends had been there?
Yeah.
We're assuming some type of necromancer had to have been there to test if is it by chance a necromancer still there?
That we don't know until we can actually take the Grand Cemetery back. We've not pushed the way to it, and the stream of undead is still coming. Mostly skeletons by this point. All the flesh of those has run away, though. It must mean they've made it towards the catacombs and the lower levels of the chapel itself.
See. Well, we should then make haste to prevent them from unsettling any more of the deceased. Since the request we've been given from our saints is not an easy one at the time, we should for now prioritize on securing the rest of El Terrell.
Fair. Securing of El Terrell is definitely important, though not just securing but also looking for ways to utilize to break the siege.
What do you have in mind? I'm open to suggestions.
Well, other than what... Simply keep your eyes open, try to find ways. Of course, the funeral does need to happen. I personally think it should also be a funeral for a lot of the living. A sort of pre-funeral, as it were, that all of us would be settled and not feel the need until after the campaign itself is done. Small mourning, yes, but I think a funeral could definitely help get us in the mindset of focusing. Additionally, perhaps if we figured what was happening in the graveyard, we might be able to find a way to break the siege. There are plenty of artifacts in that chapel, in the center of the Grand Cemetery.
What type of artifacts?
Lythander and Thorn. There's buried. One particular, the meditation chamber, there's a sanctuary, a pool that is at the very depth of that chapel. It is sacred, and a saint of the city had spent a long time praying there. And the Vault of Ascendance.
I see.
It supposedly has a great connection to Lythander, Thorm, Helm, Tyr, to the Celestials. That could be useful. Might be able to use
Would it also be a hindrance if the fiends were to get their hands on it? Or the other artifacts that are down there?
Well, possibly. I don't much see them being able to use them. It's not much like Thorm and Tyr and the others to work with fiends.
That's a valid point.
A fiend using a celestial artifact is like us using a fiendish one. Never ends well.
These artifacts could give us an advantage in securing our Terrell. We should definitely consider our next move there. And I agree with Cecilia with setting up some, at least small morning ceremony of sorts for the fallen. As of right now, we can't have the men being demoralized, though. If you think you've already failed, you will.
I don't think she's saying a funeral through failure, but rather for those who might die. Our mission here is not to survive, or from what I've heard, she would say. Our mission here is not to survive, but to win. These Crusaders knew that when they joined, and the Gallant Company as well are fighting simply to keep Zariel from stealing any more of their cities. This can be their ritual to put that focus away for the moment. A time to give eulogy and speech. In the future, that time given to ceremony will not be available. So they can look back at this ceremony as a precursor, a remembrance. They can look forward to a future ceremony.
Okay. Who would be giving such eulogy? I, for one, am not one for speeches, to be honest.
Well,
this has been more contact than I'm used to already.
I suppose I could. I think we should do this efficiently. I believe that there should both be a spear point, a group clearing the way to the Grand Cemetery, and just behind that, the funeral procession. I can guard the funeral procession and organize that, and perhaps the two of you could lead the charge to the cemetery.
Well, that is efficient, yes. I can be willing to work on clearing the way for the procession.
Well then, let's get this out of the way as fast as possible.
Yes, we don't need to be wasting any more time.
Jammy Sergeant said that he was already preparing the men, making sure Gallant Company is up and ready to go. So.
Sounds like Jeremy. Squad.
Imagine we should get going as well.
Well, if there's nothing else for us to discuss, let us be off. May the hunt begin.
Yes, so you will, you end up gathering with some troops. Of course, the entire Crusade will not be able to deal with this. Many of them are guarding the walls and making sure stuff like that doesn't happen.
Right.
There is still a constant flood of lesser devils that are attacking, but not that surge, not that army that had tried to take El Terrell. Or more so, because of the full force of the Crusade, that surge that previously was difficult to push through is no longer a threat. Within the city, of course, there are still the undead that are, essentially a checkpoint has been set up in front of the cemetery, a ways away from it, where Gallant Company, and led by Jammy Squad, has set up defenses to just hold back the undead waves.
Okay.
You would be going from High Hall to that checkpoint.
Right. Okay. I'm thinking back onto the map that we had used previously when we were sieging it. So we've gone. Yes, that one.
Yes. Okay, so High Hall.
Right, High Hall is that.
Yeah, this is High
demolished
Hall.
Castle.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. So the checkpoint would be right here.
Okay.
Or sorry, no, right up here. The cemetery is here.
Why would the checkpoint?
There's the checkpoint. So the undead army is actually like going. Or wait, no, I suppose it would be there. I didn't see that. The undead army is like marching. The waves are marching down this street directly towards High Hall. There is like, there are checkpoints. There's like a checkpoint here, as well as like basically on every road, blocking that off. As there's just a train of undead waves that go this way, down this street.
Okay.
I'll actually quickly make a line for it.
When looking at this, does it look like the skeletons are just making a straight line to the point where they're not even like noticing things to the left and right? Are they?
No, it's like a horde. It's a horde that kind of encompasses the street, and it like shambles towards that direction. It's more that essentially, at this point, it's more at this point they've managed to kind of block them to the point where they can't continue to attack, or they can't spread out as much. But like this section of the city, like over here, is somewhat plagued with undead, somewhat full of undead. So yeah, like
okay, so there is like some
there.
I see.
Yeah.
So then, did we secure the gate in the northeast?
Up here, the
Yeah, northwest.
northwest. Yes.
We did secure that. Okay.
Basically, yeah. Basically, the undead are kind of been closed off into that section.
Okay, so the undead are the only thing within the city that we have not been able to,
Yes,
or
correct.
that we haven't dealt with
Yeah.
yet.
And they've basically been contained to that point. But like pushing forward anymore, generally, like, I mean, yeah, a lot of the Crusades are focusing on defense of the rest of the city and just making sure that can't do anything else. This is like they're still securing the rest of the city, like building to building, and making sure that there aren't any hiding people. They're like organizing the civilians and stuff. So it's just that section of the city has kind of been blocked off, and it's like, there's undead there, we'll deal with it later.
Right, okay. So, we're currently at the checkpoint at the bottom?
Yeah. Yeah, you'd go to the checkpoint, and there's, like, hasty walls that have been put up. Hasty, like, wooden palisades, essentially, that have gallant company, just infantrymen guarding them. Every once in a while you'll hear a round of just a barrage of rifle fire.
Of rifle fire taking down the skeletons that are trying to move.
Yeah. As you approach the checkpoint, Jammy, you see Sergeant Jammy look at you, like, and see you approach as he, like, begins to approach you as well. Sean, good to see you, and Sir Ravengard. Cecilia? Hey, procession I see, got the bodies all up. Vigil in a fancy casket, nice, nice. Pushing through?
We're gonna try.
Alright then.
Although,
Anything
how much do we know so far of the undead? I mean, obviously I'm seeing these skeletons just coming straight at us with no intelligence.
Yeah, complete hollow men. Not a thought in their heads. Just walk right into the muskets. We hit down a line. If they get too close, we might go forward with some spears and whatnot.
Okay.
But not been a problem.
Has there been... We've had reports of other undead within this region. Have any of them showed signs of any higher intelligence?
Nah, they're all hollow men.
All hollow men?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. So, I guess the ones that aren't marching, I guess, just have orders to guard the area. So...
Yeah, more like shamble around it. I'm not even certain it's orders. These things kinda... like... I mean, the most goal they seem to have is just bust down our barricades.
Okay, well, if that's the case, maybe this won't be as difficult as I initially perceived.
Yeah, I mean, completely unorganized. Presumably, if we take out the source, if it's one of these, like, things that are keeping all of them animated or whatever, then maybe they'll all fall apart. Who knows? That'd be the nice way for it to go.
Yeah. Thinking about the map. So the majority of the skeletons are coming down this main street here. Do we want to have the procession go down this main street and push that way, or do we want to take the street up and navigate through some smaller streets so we don't have to deal with the larger mass?
It's not necessarily a larger mass, it's just that's the only moving bit. Kinda like, throughout the entire section, there's churning skeletons like a pool but of bones. Pretty much any way we go is going to be just as dense. I mean, there is the upside going down Main Street. It's going to be like a parade.
That is true. We could have a nice little parade, I guess. Being in the street would also leave us open, but it would make it easier for us to spot anything coming out of the shadows.
That and easier to move the full procession through. Going through there with trying to go on the side streets with the full funeral procession, that's gonna take much longer.
That's fair. Alright. How many forces are we looking at for this endeavor?
Well, Jammy Squad's with you. And that's gonna be... the majority of it will have to be Gallant Company. Yeah, not as much. Yeah, well, there's some extra who aren't manning the walls or like sweeping the city or anything. We can take in some extra. Should be enough to give us a chance to burn through them. Gonna be a little bit rough, of course, but it's gonna make it real easy for the later waves, especially if we try to gather some focus. Like, make sure that we're not just cutting thin swash through, but also just carving through a good group.
Right. If we have enough infantrymen and to pattern our attacks to make it clean and efficient, that would also be helpful. Yeah. Seems like we're ready for the hunt.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll go get the men, gather them up, head on to the main gate. We'll meet you there. If you wanna, Raven Guard and John, if you wanna come on with as we pierce through, unless you want to stay back with the procession. No, come into the front. Nice.
I will honor the dead in my own time. For now, let's get them to a place to sleep.
As he turns and then briskly walks towards the wall, a pep in his step. All right, Jammy Squad, form up. We're gonna be digging through. He calls a few other squads. Come on, form up. You guys are gonna form up on the flanks. Jammy Squad, where the spears head. Yes. Are you going to be taking over a squad, or are you just going to be trying to fight the undead alongside the squads?
It's a good question, because if I fight by myself, the car could be aiding me, and that means I get to test and see what it's like to have multiple attacks and stuff.
This won't be a standard combat encounter, but your multi-attack will basically give you advantage on the attack rolls if that's the method you want to do.
Okay.
Basically,
if I was to take over a squad, though,
you're going to be doing a land combat check. A land battle tactics.
Right. Oh, I don't have that document up. What would be the check for land combat?
It would be intelligence, honor, or charisma. Land tactics. That is the tactics proficiency that you would need. I just dropped a die.
So you said intelligence, honor, or charisma.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I would honor check in that scenario. And then, but if I was to attack as myself, I would have advantage on the attack.
You would be making an attack roll, and you would have a number of advantages equal to the number of attacks you would have. Primary attacks, not offhand attacks.
Right. What would that be? Let me quickly look here. Because 1, 2. I think I'm gonna have him stand out. And
Okay.
because 24. Yeah.
Raven Guard. Difference. Yes. Yeah, then, the gates open up, and Jammy Squad goes out as you, like, run out as well, charging into the first a volley happens from the wall, then it opens up, and then you run into the second wave of skeletons, the first being demolished by gunfire.
Okay.
As you begin to fight through, make your attack roll check. Number of advantages equal to a number of additional attacks.
Okay.
So
I would be...
roll a number of dice equal to the number of attacks you have.
Yep. So 19 is my highest roll.
Okay.
What would I have a modifier on this?
I mean, it's your attack.
Yeah.
You're making an attack.
Good. So what is that? That's a 3. So 22.
Okay, yeah. As you are leading in, the Uldar Raven Guard is leading and more like boosting the morale, leading through his confidence, inspiring his troops. Whereas Jammy is doing a bit more of a tactics.
Sorry, it would have been a 26.
26.
Not a 22.
Yeah. That's a big modifier.
Would be
19 to 26.
Well, there's the proficiency, and then there's also the +4 because my dex.
Okay, yeah. So you rolled a 3 on the proficiency bonus, or does +5? Wait, does level 5 have a D6 proficiency or +3 proficiency bonus?
I'm level 6.
Level 6. Are you level 6?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I forgot about the tutorial session for a moment.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. You...
Are we rolling the proficiency? Or are we
You
just
can
doing
use
the average?
either proficiency dice or proficiency bonus at your choice.
Okay. I've always done the bonus, which is for my level +3. So
Yeah, level 5 is a D6.
my attack has a +7.
Okay, yeah.
And then
Okay. Yes, as you, like, go in and... Go ahead and, like, describe how you are fighting through these skeletons.
I'm taking my longbow and just headshot after headshot. Then I'll have a collateral to a couple. Then a ricochet. They'll hit one off to the left, or further back. Just cleaning through these skulls, one by one, or two, or five.
Yep. Okay.
Hopefully, I don't run out of arrows before I clear the skeletons.
Yeah. Well, what's your ammo count?
At
I
the
believe
moment,
it's 20, correct?
It is 20.
Then you will end up running out of arrows eventually. And having to go into melee.
Okay. Would I be able to, as I'm like firing them off and as we're moving forward, if I see some of the arrows that I fired, if they're any good, pick them back up?
It would impose disadvantage on your attack rolls. But you could make a survival check to try to pick up the ammo.
So it would
as you go.
impose one disadvantage.
Yeah, one disadvantage.
Okay. I would be willing to make that
Okay, yeah, so the next time you can do that.
sacrifice.
So we're gonna say that this first one...
And then you said it's...
yeah, we're gonna say that this first one, this first wave, you have... We're gonna say that you have 10 arrows remaining, because you didn't make the check for this one.
Okay.
But once you,
Then
like, use half of your arrows, you're like, okay, I'm gonna start to try to pick these up in the future.
Ah, okay.
So... Go ahead and make a second attack roll.
Alright. Let's see. So, impose one disadvantage. 16.
Okay. Yeah, as, like, Jammy is fighting... Oh, shoot, let's do it. Yeah, Jammy is fighting alongside as he's, like, fires a couple shots with his boomstick and then cracks it open to put in some new shells. As he's doing so, he'll, like... So, after he fires two shots, sometimes he'll bash a skeleton's skull in with his gun. You're fighting through these skeletons as you're, like, launching arrow after arrow, but, you can't, it's hard to keep these skeletons away from you, like, as they get closer and closer. Eventually fighting you more closely. You need to make a, you will end up getting overwhelmed and hit at one point. Go ahead and just make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright. Constitution. I got a 10 on the con.
Okay. As you are fighting, the skeletons are getting closer and closer. And eventually get close enough to the point that since you are, like, going and fighting on your own alongside the units,
Right.
you get overwhelmed before people can come to your aid.
Okay.
And how
I
many
mean, I
gruesome
would switch to my. So once they got like close, I would probably switch to my.
Yeah.
Short
Even
sword.
still, you will end up getting overwhelmed and harmed.
Right.
How many
Okay.
how many injuries do you have right now?
I've. Oh, I forgot about that DC. Whoops. I still have that internal injury because we're still waiting for the summons to come. So I should have made con saves when I attacked.
We're just gonna say instead it's just gonna impose another disadvantage.
Oh, okay. I'll be fine with that.
Because these aren't like rolling per attack. This is like more how well you're doing through the entire encounter. So how many
Okay.
gruesome injuries do you have?
Gruesome injuries. Zero. Well, I have one internal injury, like lingering injury.
Okay.
I do not have any gruesome injuries recorded.
Okay.
Here.
I'm not sure if. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to check to make sure, but I'm pretty sure I did not say that you would get an extended rest between sessions. You would have had a stand. Do you still have all of your hit dice?
Yes.
Okay, then something's wrong there. Because you would have had to
Okay.
spend hit dice to heal the gruesome injuries. So, yeah, I'm not
Let
entirely
me-
certain what's up there. You did go down once in the fight, didn't you? Or did you not?
I did go down once, yes.
Okay, then we're just gonna say you have 3 gruesome injuries.
Yeah, I only went down once though. So
Yes.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So, which would make that okay.
So, how many hit dice would I have needed to have expended to have removed the gruesome injuries during like the rest?
It would be. Yeah, let me quickly do that. Should have done that at the beginning of the session. I didn't really think.
Yeah, I should have thought about that as well.
Okay. 3 points of injury. 3 points of healing per injury.
Okay. So it would cost 3 hit die to. Oh,
No, like, so what's your hit die? What?
that's a D10.
D10? So the
So-
average is 3. Or the average of a D10 is, like, 5.
Okay.
So, well, I mean, that's the low average, but, you...
So if I was to expend 2 hit die, I could say that I don't have
Yeah.
the gruesome injuries anymore.
Yeah. If you want to just do that by taking the low average instead of rolling it, but you would need 9 points of healing that you could get from hit dice to get rid of those 3 gruesome injuries.
Okay. I'll take those averages then, and no more gruesome injuries for the time being. Just so we can keep moving forward.
Yeah. Yes. So as so you gain an additional. You got a gruesome injury from this. This is a tier 3 gruesome injury, and higher tier do actually take more HP to heal, which is why it matters.
Okay.
You're not gonna get effects during this funeral procession, but you will get gruesome injuries. And okay, so that was never get 2 successes. Okay, and are you continuing to use the same tactic?
Yeah. I did roll a survival check about picking up.
Oh yes. What was that?
24.
Okay, yeah, you get back all 10 arrows.
Awesome. Okay. Did gain a gruesome injury though. Can I position myself in a location that'd be harder for me to get overwhelmed by skeletons?
If you are trying to actually be helpful to carving through, not really. Like, you can get, like, behind the front and just try to take pot shots, but that's not going to be helpful enough for your role to actually be a deciding factor.
See, okay.
And since there would be no one dealing with that part of the front, then it would count as an automatic failure.
I see. Okay.
For that part of the front. You would have to have the other 2 succeed.
Okay. Would I be able to then, I guess, merge into the infantry that are, like, near me? And so that I would end up just rolling the land combat for that squad?
So you're moving back out of the risk and just taking pot shots instead? That's what I said. That, like, basically your options are put yourself at risk and fight, or get out of risk and then you're not going to be doing that extra amount of help.
Right, okay.
To be clear, this is like you're spending a significant amount of time, like, cutting through the skeletons.
I see. Okay. I will keep pushing through then.
Okay, yeah, then make the attack roll.
Alright. $21.
Okay, that is a success, as, yes, you carve through. In this fight, Jammy gets overwhelmed a bit and ends up, like, getting pushed back to his, like, they end up fighting, and Jammy ends up taking some pain, but, as you are cutting through. After fighting through wave after wave of risen undead, whose clothes only get more and more out of date, you spot it. The 10-foot-high brass fence that once surrounded El Terrell's cemetery, having now fallen in many places. And a wide entry gate has been torn from its hinges and pushed aside by the shambling hordes of the dead. Severed humanoid body parts adorn the spikes atop the fence, some writhing with undeath, twitching in concert with the lightning flashes of the companion, as if adoring fans at the performance of a hellish bard. Cracked gravestones and crumbling monuments are scattered across the field of defiled, final resting places. The center of the grounds is occupied by a massive cathedral dedicated to Lythander, Torm, Helm, and Tyr. That once holy structure now glows with a fetid purple light. As you approach the cemetery, it is between waves at the moment. As you are approaching the cemetery,
Okay.
as you are passing through the gate, Raven Guard is kind of looking around cautiously. You should get in and take the cathedral as soon as possible. As you guys are passing through the gate, Jammy kind of moves over towards the side of the gate where the body parts are kind of adorned. There's one hand that is kind of grasping towards him. He kind of takes a look at it for a moment. Yeah, let's go on in. He begins to move in, and then he high-fives the undead hand as he moves in. Stay loose, buddy.
Jeremy, you take this a little too unseriously, as Sean will cautiously proceed forward.
I mean, we're in hell. I can either cry or I can laugh. I think laughing's more fun.
If you can laugh in hell, then you're not in hell.
Precisely! That's what I'm thinking. As, yeah, you head into this graveyard. Jammy quickly commands his squad to begin securing the graveyard itself. I'll get Gallant Company to secure the graveyard as best as possible, and encase the chapel. We'll keep guard while the funeral goes down.
Thank you. Sean will look towards Raven Guard. I will proceed to see if we can find the source of our skeletons.
That'd be wise. Clean up the chapel a bit. There's that. There's that light. Strange. Yeah, he moves towards the chapel. Jammy
What's
squad.
strange about the light?
Well, cathedral doesn't normally glow.
Let's hope we can get rid of the glow.
As you move forward towards the building, some of the troops coming with you, Jammy, moving around the cathedral to secure it, make a perimeter. Raven Guard gets up against the door of the cathedral. As you approach it, you see a figure where the light is coming from, a figure standing at the altar of this cathedral, silhouetted by this purple light.
Does he appear to be a necromancer?
Make a perception check.
Perception.
Yes.
Alright. What is my modifier? Perception. Nah, that is. That's not what I wanted. 8. Not my best moment of perception.
Yeah. So,
Having trouble looking through this door crack.
you cannot make them out as they are silhouetted.
Raven Guard, you think this our guy?
I don't know. Could be.
Can we safely assume that if someone is in this church not being attacked by skeletons, that they are the cause of the skeletons?
That's possible. Perhaps logical. Do you wish to try to end this fight before it starts then? Are you suggesting
I think
something?
we should. If this is, in fact, the one in charge, maybe a couple quick shots into his abdomen could stop this. I mean, does this figure that is in the church, does it look like a fiend?
No. It is a humanoid figure roughly the size of a person. However, there are also some fiends that fit that description. And, I mean, pretty much all undead matches that description.
As with fiends being a newly acquired favored enemy, would I recognize it as a fiend?
I don't think that gives you advantage on spotting them.
Okay.
So not necessarily.
Okay. Shall we take a closer look then? Raven Guard.
Do you think you can take a closer look without alerting him?
I believe I could try.
By all
And
means.
With that, I will cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. Yes.
So I now have plus 10 to bonus to stealth.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a stealth check then.
Alright. Let me quickly look here. What is my stealth? That's plus 7, so plus 17 now. $19.
Wow. Good thing you got that plus. Yeah, as you creep into the cathedral. It's a long cathedral. You do have to go down the hall up towards the sepulcher where the figure is. As you sneak towards, you see it's a tall figure. You manage to tell that it's not wearing any armor. It has a blue and orange, orange shirt with a blue sash across their shoulders, colorful beads around their waist and over their shoulders as well, and as well as around their arm, golden jewelry, their fingers.
Interesting.
As you get closer,
can I recognize it a little better now?
You can.
That I can.
Yeah. The reason those are the things you can see is they're bright colors and shiny.
Right.
You could. It's not immediately familiar to you, necessarily. You could, like, how are you trying to remember? How are you trying to recognize? Like, just like, do I recognize this? Or, if I'm thinking in this example, do I recognize it?
Thinking about all the fiends he's encountered so far, and a little bit of touch-up reading he's somehow managed to do.
Make a history or religion check for that, intelligence, which I believe Favorite Enemy does give you advantage on those.
Okay. Take that. 12.
12. Okay.
Advantage did not help me all that much.
Yeah, no. These are... You can't think of any example, but I mean, fiends can adorn themselves with jewelry, and some like wearing bright colors.
Okay.
But it's not reminding you of anything specific.
Okay, so I'm looking at this individual. What does it look like he's doing?
It looks like... Make a perception check. You have essentially, like, you've made it 60 feet into this 120 feet hall towards the sepulcher.
Can I use my passive perception?
Basically you can't roll under your passive skill.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well then,
ends up making a 4.
known that. It's 16 then.
Yeah, okay.
So when I looked through the door, I should have been able to have seen him just fine.
Well, you would have been able to see some things. He is still silhouetted, so it's still a pretty high DC for certain things.
I would have seen a little better than I had.
Yes, so at this point, you can manage to make out that That, yeah, kind of dark dreadlock hair with, you can tell that it's a male, it's a man with dark brown skin tone. And yeah, wearing these beads and jewelry. You would also at this distance begin to be able to notice that they are like they're kind of moving their hands, and you faintly hear some chanting. What languages do you know?
I do not know. Oh no, I know Infernal. Would that help? How did I pick up it? Oh, I think it was because of the favorite enemy thing.
No, I'd say you don't. You do not recognize the chanting.
Okay, so I don't recognize the chanting. It does look like he's chanting and he's waving his hands around.
Yes.
I think my best bet is to just assume he's the necromancer at this point. And, well, before I try to do anything that may be reckless, how many other fiends are in the building?
Do you have a feature that can tell you that?
Can I look around?
There is no one else in this building that you can see.
So I can't see anyone else. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Well then, I'm going to put this creature to death.
Okay. Your first attack roll will be at advantage. As we enter into this surprise round of combat.
Alright. This would be done. Oh, but with the internal injury, I have to make a con save first.
Yes, you do. Well, technically, you're only gonna have to make that because you'll only have to make that after the first attack, because that's when initiative will actually have started.
Okay, so the first attack.
Yeah, the first attack, since you're
surprise.
from stealth, like, you can basically, like, sure, you, like, might wince a couple of times while trying to, like, draw the bow, but it doesn't actually cost you any time because there's no time limit.
Right, okay. Well, that first attack is a 24 to hit.
Yeah, it just strikes into them. Roll damage.
Alright, d6 plus 4.
And it is, just for efficiency's sake, it would be a good idea to, like, make the habit of rolling damage and the attack at the same time.
Okay.
If you
That's
can.
10.
10 damage, okay. Da-da-da.
Now, do we know at this point that this creature is a fiend?
Yeah, well, does that affect damage?
I am attempting to look at that. I'd forget if favored enemy does something like that. does not look like it does.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, as the arrow, like, hits into this person's back as they, like, wince, and then kind of, wait, shoot. I actually did that wrong. That should have been...
Now, when I do this initial snake attack, what about all of my other attacks that I can do?
Those will also be in the surprise round. It's just they don't get advantage because you're no longer in stealth for them.
Okay.
Sorry,
would I need to make my DC for the internal injury at this point, though? After the first shot?
Yes, after the first shot, you need to make that check.
Alright, so con... that fails, so so it says you lose your action and cannot use reactions until the end of your next turn. Does that take out the entire action, or just removes that one attack action?
It's... sorry, read it again.
On fail, you lose your action and cannot use reactions until the end of your next turn.
Oh, yeah, you lose the action. So multi-attack means you can attack multiple times per action.
Okay, so I lose the other two multi-attacks.
Yeah, if you fail.
Gotcha. Well, I failed.
Okay.
Blasted spleen. Lightning going into a spleen just doesn't help.
Okay, yes. Give me a moment. I'm taking notes. Okay, yes. Yeah, you hit into them as, yeah, like they kind of stagger from the arrow.
Could I try
it
to,
is,
like...
Yeah, you do still have...
duck behind something after shooting him?
Yeah, you do still have movement and bonus action. You can, like, run towards to the side of this hall and, like, duck behind a pillar, which will end up giving you 3/4 cover. So that's +5 to your AC.
Wonderful. I will do so.
As... At this point... Isn't it? At this point, the, At this point, it would be initiative roll.
Okay.
Roll initiative.
Roll initiative. $14 for initiative.
$14. Okay. And... Okay, yes. As Yeah, so that's your full turn?
Yep, because the internal injury prevented me from doing anything else.
Yeah, as, it hits as uh, the figure, like, looks back and then moves. At this point, you can see in front of where they were, there is a small black void sphere with a surging blue aura around it, bluish purple aura. It actually looks like a small version of the companion. The light that is above the city. As you see the figure dash off of the sepulcher and into one of the points going off to the right and left of this cathedral. I forget what those are called. I don't remember my cathedral anatomy. As he like quickly gets into some cover.
Okay.
And you are within. As you see him, like, as he, like, runs, you see him look at you, and his eyes glow red. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Why is it always Constitution? Well, that's a 3.
Okay. Okay, you take 19 points of necrotic damage. As you feel just yourself getting weaker as this thing stares at you with utter contempt. They like duck into this area over here. He is still 60 feet away from you, but he now has full cover from this angle. Or no, I'm gonna say 3/4 cover. So
okay.
He'll have that +5 to AC as well.
Bloody spells. So 19.
It is now. It's now your turn again.
Okay. Well, the 19 damage is 3 times. No, wait. No, that's a 3. Oh. Am I thinking this number correctly? Thinking about how much damage I take with, like, the injury threshold?
Yeah. It's... I mean, it's how many times your damage, rounded to the nearest multiple. Rounded down to the nearest multiple.
Okay, so then it would be -5, so it would be 3.
So it's 3 times your damage threshold?
Yeah, because it was 19 and my IT is 5.
Okay, yes. That... Wait, what does 3 times mean? Am I dumb? I might be dumb. Let me look at that. I forgot what that means. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's just... Okay, yes, you need to make a Constitution saving throw. DC 10. To see whether or not you get a lingering injury. And also... You get one... fourth tier... gruesome injury.
16, so no lingering.
Okay, and you do not get the effect of the gruesome because of the success. So yeah, that's...
Oh.
You gain a
Yay.
4th tier gruesome injury and do not gain a lingering injury.
Okay, so I have a tier 4 now?
Yes, you have a tier 4 and a tier 3.
Alright. I have that recorded now.
Okay, yeah. Your turn.
Okay. So he's 60 feet away from me. How far away am I from the door where Raven Guard supposedly still is? Okay.
60 feet, yeah.
So I'm assuming Raven Guard did not follow me in, despite pass without a trace would have affected him as well.
You didn't say it affected him. You just said. You just said I cast it.
That, so.
Yeah, you didn't say it. Yeah. You have to actually select the other creatures that this spell affects.
I read it and it said you and your companions, and I just assumed. That's fine.
Right, it's just that, because it has a number limit.
Oh, it does have a number limit?
I'm pretty sure you cannot cast it on an entire army.
Well, I would assume... I thought it had a range. Let's see. Yeah, within 30 feet of you. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you.
Okay. Yeah, well, each creature you choose.
You're right.
Yeah.
And I didn't choose.
So that still implies selection.
Yep. Sadness. Okay.
Good to know for next time.
Yes. I will have to keep that in mind. Next time I use Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah, what do you do?
He's in 3/4 cover. Um... 60 feet from the door. What is the range of this spell? Forget. Nope. 30. I don't know if that would work with what I'm... It could. I guess I will... I'll call out to Raven Guard. It noticed me. I could use some help in here.
On my way!
And then I guess I'll try to take a shot after I possibly succeed this constitution. I got the... Does the tie go to...
It goes to the roll.
Goes to the roll.
Yeah.
Yes, I succeeded then. And since it's an action, that means I can use all 4 of my attacks.
Okay. Yep,
Right.
Go for it.
4d20. If I can execute one. Alright. Alright, so the first 2 attacks are 27, 27, then a 13, then an 11.
Okay, the 11 does not hit.
Alright, but the others do?
Yeah. Generally, start from the lowest,
Sorry,
Um,
I was reading from left to right
okay, yeah.
on the
In the
rolls.
future, start from the lowest because then, like, as soon as you know that one, if you go in that order, if one of the ones you say hits, then everything higher than that will automatically hit.
Right, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. Okay. Well, goody. Well, since I've already struck him once, that means that this ability can happen as well, at least once.
What is said ability?
Colossus Slayer.
Yes. So yeah, it would. I believe that adds damage to your attack.
Yep, it adds 1d8. It can only happen once per turn, so only be 1d8. But let me. Okay, damage. Attacked. Only 3 of them made it. Plus a d8. $25 damage.
25 damage. Yes.
Oh, that was the wrong. Oh well.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Okay. That is... Okay. Yeah, as that arrow lands true, as you see the person wince, like as it hits. Go
That
ahead.
was actually 3 arrows.
Oh, that was damage. That was the damage for each, all 3.
Yeah, so combined
Okay,
it was 8 damage, 8 damage, 5 damage, and then the d8 I got a 4 from the Colossus thing.
Okay, so what was the first plus the d8?
The first one would have been 12 in total, followed by 8, followed
Okay.
by 5.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah, all 3 of those hit, but the creature is still up, with currently 4 arrows stuck in them.
Okay, can I action surge?
Yes, you can.
Wonderful. Here comes another 4 arrows.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, lowest one is a 16.
That hits.
Alright. This is all in one turn, so Colossus when it proc. First arrow does 11, followed by 10, followed by 7, followed by another 11.
Okay. Yes, so that is... Yeah, this definitely needs a more simplified thing. Yes. Okay. That would be... Okay. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Okay. Like, arrow after arrow strikes into them.
Is it still standing?
One. Okay, so that's... As, yeah, you would, like, loose several arrows, as it... As then one... hits the figure in the head, and then you see them fall to the ground.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I already had one more arrow left.
As, at this point, like, you begin to, like, stand and ready as the, Raven Guard runs in, leading his troops. They, like, set up with a firing line. And then, like, you see him, like... Okay, he does not manage to see as much as... All he knows is, like, where you were shooting at. As he goes, fire! As then the firing line just cascades against that section of the place. You see a couple of the shots land into the, body that is on the ground.
I will raise my hand to, like, as a signal to hold fire.
As at this point, like, they're like, all of them were, like, getting into bayonet charge position because they all have muskets.
Right. Sean will...
Yeah, say... as you signal, so does Raven Guard. Sit down!
I may have overestimated this creature a little bit.
Better over than under.
As he will walk over to the disheveled body now.
Yeah.
And hopefully be able to salvage some of the arrows.
Yeah, make it, you can get half back.
Half rounding up or down?
I mean, it's D&D, so probably rounding down.
Dang it. Okay, so
pretty much everything is rounding down.
Alright.
As...
So
yeah, like, as you are, like, pulling arrows from them, Raven Guard kind of, like, comes over. Gideon. That's Gideon Lightward. Go ahead and make a history check.
7.
You do not know who that is.
Yep, I didn't think I would. I'm from some small little town in the forest. Did not expect to recognize this name.
My word. He,
Who
like...
is he?
Gideon Lightborn, he's was the High Priest.
Was the High Priest. Well, he was a priest. He was then something else. And now he's a corpse.
You sure he was something else?
I mean, at this point, I'm standing over the body. That it clearly looks like a fiend.
No, it clearly looks
No.
like a human.
Oh.
I mean, his eyes glue red for a moment, but I'll send you the picture of him.
Oh, did I
Like, he's a kind of thin, like, he has, his fingernails are pointed, and his eyes glowed red. But those are, like, the most fiendish things about him, which aren't only fiend.
I see. Sean will not comment about what Raven God has said and look over towards the orb that he was messing with and walk over towards it.
Yeah. You go over towards the orb, and it is clearly, like, kind of radiating energy and power. The bluish lightning bolts that are coming off of the companion are also, like, coming off of this, but in a much smaller scale.
Hey Raven God, reckon you know what this is?
It looks similar to how the companion does now, but other than that,
Companion.
yeah, the big ball in the sky.
Right. Okay. What was he doing here? And how was he not getting attacked by skeleton?
Could have been trying to stop it like us. The companion is a notable anti-necrotic artifact. It was used generations ago to free Elturel from vampire tyrants. Though, looks much less like a sun now than it did. I guess we know what that glow was coming from.
I guess we do. Sean will have one hand up at his forehead as he rubs it slightly as he's realizing he may have just killed someone of value. For setting his hand back down and looking to Raven God saying, well, let's look through the rest of this building. I'm assuming the skeletons are still standing around out there, which means we still need to find the source.
Ravenguard kind of closes his eyes for a moment, and you see him whispering something. There's no fiend or undead presence within the cathedral.
So what does that mean?
Oh. Means unless the danger is somehow other. I believe the cathedral is cleared. I can go down and verify, but this funeral should get underway.
If you could check below.
Indeed.
After Raven Guard leaves to go down, Sean will go back to the body and pay his respects.
Yeah. The
What?
at this point, the funeral procession has arrived, carrying Fidchel's casket at the front of it. Gallant Company is off securing the graveyard, the cemetery. As people bring in everyone, they begin to set the bodies. Fidchel being one of the only people who got a full casket. Most are just bodies.
Right.
They're brought in and put around the chapel of mourning, as the casket is placed near to the sanctuary. A while after Gideon was killed, the sphere eventually disappeared.
Disappears?
Yeah, before the funeral procession arrives.
Okay.
As
would I have had a chance to look at it more closely?
Yeah, you could have made
try to hold it.
Yeah, you could have
before it disappeared.
You try to hold it.
Catch it at least.
Okay. Actually, yes. Let's focus on that first. Sorry, I kind of got ahead of myself. You go up, and as he is beginning to search downstairs, you touch the sphere. Then you feel some sort of energy coming towards you. Kind of you feel it trying to get into your mind. You can make a wisdom saving throw if you want to resist.
Can I do maybe a history of some sort check about what I know about the companion?
Well, you can make one at disadvantage, because at this point you're doing it in the moment that you're feeling this energy. You touch it and you're like, frick, what's the companion?
That's fair. Let's see, history is +1. 16.
You think you might just be on the verge of remembering certain things. Yad was put up there, destroyed undead, but you might be on the verge of figuring something out, do you spend those precious milliseconds to try to remember further?
With like the brief thought that I'm able to get, do I remember anything about it being hostile?
No.
No? Okay, then I will not resist the companion or the energy.
Yep. As you feel the energy go into your mind, as then you blink, and you're standing in a similar cathedral. Maybe the same cathedral, but everything is so bright, clean, and intact. As standing where the thing of the Guardian was, or of the companion, you see standing a figure of marble with wings made of stained glass. As they stand there, they are they're not an extremely impressive figure. They are to a point. Actually, no, like, they would be, like, you can feel the energy kind of coming off of them, despite the fact how lean, and they are muscular to a point, but energy kind of comes off them.
Sean would cautiously, like, put one of his foot back in case he needs to, like, dodge.
Fear not. I am what you know as the companion. The form speaks.
Sean will straighten up a little bit.
This is a conduit of me.
A conduit, you say?
You have killed my servant, Gideon. Why did you do this?
Sean will look down in shame and say, I mistook him as a fiend raising the undead in the cathedral.
And that is the truth, correct?
Yeah, I mean that's what he thought, so.
I see. Perhaps through actions you may redeem.
If I am able, I would like to try.
I was working through Gideon to protect this city. Perhaps I could work through you.
I can try to help you, as that is part of what our Crusade's temporary goal is.
Then what is the long goal?
Well, if Bakar told me the truth, it's to take down a fallen angel. Z and
Very.
yeah, that one. That's the name.
Do you not trust this Bakar? Have reason to think they may not have told you the true meaning of this thing you are doing?
No, I don't think he would be one to lie to me about sending me to a one-way ticket down. So,
Then, I can grant you some power. You will follow as I command, as I instruct. I believe that there are ways we can protect or save even this city of El Terrell. But I need someone to do that.
I'm all ears. What did you have in mind?
When moments arise, when opportunities arise, I can tell you, do them. I will contact you. If you swear to do these actions on your soul, then I will swear to give you my power. Power of an angel.
These powers or these orders would be for the sake of the city, correct?
Correct.
Very well then. I can make this agreement.
Okay. At the end of the session, you will gain 1 level in Celestial Warlock.
Fun.
As at that point, actually, once you open your eyes, the sphere would have disappeared.
Sean will glance around, wondering what happened to the sphere.
One of the, gallant company troops. What was that, sir?
I'm hoping a new ally.
Okay. As yeah. He walks off.
Sean will turn back to Gideon's body and he will he probably wouldn't have anything on him that he could use. He would probably walk out of the cathedral to perhaps get some type of cloth to cover Gideon and then take Gideon out and place him amongst the other fallen.
Okay, yeah.
For the funeral.
Would you actually stick around for the funeral?
Yes. He would stick around.
Yeah, so
to pay his respects to the fallen comrades.
As the funeral is going, as the funeral starts, the procession of knights bring in the bodies into the Cathedral of Mourning and lay them around as Celia goes around, prays a prayer as other religious and other priests do so as well, following her around, following in her celestial chair. As she eventually moves, he goes up to the sanctuary where the body of Vidtril was lying. She begins to speak. For a moment. Those who have died in this first attack will be honored and glorified, for they are now the opposite of where we are. They have made it to Mount Celestia, or perhaps many of the other noble planes. And we are here to continue their goal. Let us not just bury those who have died now, but those who may die in the future. Respect and honor their sacrifice before they do, before we do. This is Bator. This is Avernus. This is not the place where many of us can find hope. But what we can find is glory, and we can find the will of the gods, as they are behind us, and from our sacrifice here will give us paradise and give us so much of what we desire. Stand strong, as those who have fallen on a quest to salvation. Salvation of destroying an evil blot that not only attacks us, but attacks everything around us. Zariel is an evil fiend, and it is good that we fight. It is good that we will destroy. As these people have given us our first step, we shall take the later steps. We shall take the remaining steps. And we shall win. Because we not only have the saints, but Argus himself on our side, fighting with us. And if you die fighting at his side, you will be able to join him in paradise. So, I don't know precisely about you, but I know that I would be willing to lay down my life, lay down everything on this field to destroy the threat to Faerun and this threat to all things good. All the fiends that come to Abiar Toril, to Faerun, to Waterdeep, to Baldur's Gate. The fiend who took Elturel. That is the fiend that we shall destroy. If it means our deaths, so be it, because we will liberate. We will save Elturel. Achnina Lil Zanya, as she begins to speak in Celestial. Eventually, things turn into some Celestial singing and other things. As you listen and take in the ceremony, I will be back. Gimmick, thank you for joining. Go ahead and introduce yourself and who you play.
I'm Gimmick, and I play Fitchel Tuxedo and Voltaire Castellanter. Fitchel being the body in the casket currently, the satyr blood hunter.
Vigil, you find yourself lying in partial darkness. A small area around you with plush upholstery, perhaps. A thin slit around the top of this space shines with bright light. What do you do?
I guess first thing I would do is try to stretch and feel around the shape of what I'm in, if it's exactly what I expect it to be.
Well, if you expect it to be a small box barely bigger than yourself, then you're correct.
I knew it! This light? Where did you say it was?
It's around what is probably an opening to the box. It's like a thin slit that encompasses the entire, like, upper part of this box, perhaps.
Try to peek at that light. Try to get a better look at my surroundings.
It is far too
Whatever is
thin
there.
a slit of light to see through it.
Am I able to lift the top or make a bigger opening?
Yeah, you, are you just trying to, like, barely lift it to try to see out?
Yeah.
Yeah, you lift it, and you... What languages do you speak?
Question. Let me double check. I speak Common and Sylvan.
Okay, you hear some very low, slow chanting. And you see a figure standing just in front, like just next to where you are, at the direction of your head, and a larger figure standing behind them. Can't really make out much about them, as you've kind of just opened it slightly.
Yeah. Hmm. Do I remember how I got here?
Sorry, say again?
Do I remember how I got here?
No.
Hmm.
Last thing you remember was being struck by lightning.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Hmm. I think I'm gonna wait and just keep watching silently and until whatever is happening here finishes up.
Okay. So you wait for a bit, and then you see the figure behind the other one walk around, approach where you are, and then you feel the lid of whatever this is begin to be lifted off of it.
Oh.
As bright light hits your face.
Like, oh, okay, hey, give me a few more minutes. Oh, gosh, it's bright. It's bright. Cup shielding my eyes with my arm.
Welcome, Fidchel. I am the companion. A marbling figure with stained glass crystal wings stands above you.
Oh, cool. Hey,
The wings are like golden.
you're wow. You're wow. You're good to look at. That's interesting.
I am an angel, and you are dead.
Oh, crap. Oh man. Yeah. Wait. Oh.
Or have
did
you
I
sat
end
up, or are you just still lying in this casket?
I think. I think I'm like sitting up, but still like
Yeah.
It's like when you're on a bed and just like only your elbows are propping you up.
Right. At this point, like, you can kind of see around the room, and you see a bunch of people in this room, and a bunch of bodies in this room, but kind of through like almost like a filter. Like they're all slightly translucent and they're moving really slowly.
Guessing those are not angels. I don't know how the heavens work.
Oh,
so I don't
no,
know
those are mourning you.
What?
Yeah. You see, like, the person standing right next to you is Cecilia, standing over your coffin. Very slowly chanting.
Did I meet her?
You met Cecilia. You all went into battle together.
Yeah. Oh, Cecilia.
Yeah.
Yes.
You'd also see like Lulu, the Holophant, in the room. You'd see Sean.
There they all are. Huh. Cool. Well, isn't exactly how I was hoping to go. But So am I getting taken up to heaven or something? Is that why you're here?
You don't have to go yet, Digital. They do still have use of you. Hey, hold up. You look down and a satyr, sort of a satyr, wearing absolutely nothing. They're more furry than most satyrs, like their arms have more fur on it. Their face is a little bit more goat-shaped, their horns are kind of more prominent. Trots up the aisle between the slow-motion mourning people.
Oh.
Hey, get it.
Hey.
This guy ain't yours. Hey, Fidgel, how's it going?
Hey, do I know you?
As then it comes back to you. Oh, right, this is your patron.
Oh, hey.
Hey, how's it going?
I died, but beyond that,
that happens sometimes.
It's pretty chill.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Sometimes death happens, and sometimes someone wants to try to convince you to either go to the wrong afterlife, or, if I heard right, be resurrected on some sort of holy quest or some stuff, right?
Ah.
Well, this guy's not yours, companion. What do you mean? I do not believe you have any contract of their life, simply during their life. Now, might be true. I don't really care much for contracts myself, but might be true. However, you don't have anything with them. As at this point, this fawn like steps up onto the place, and you might be contacting him through like a proxy or whatever, but I'm actually here.
Wait, no, you're both here. What do you mean?
No. So, you see, this person, this angel, is reaching out to you through the thing you call the companion. This ain't the companion, by the way. This is what did you say? I'm who you refer to as the companion? Nice.
Okay, so it's like a messenger kind of thing, or like a
More like
I
a
don't know,
conduit.
like a
And not only does my higher up also have a conduit here, but I'm actually here. So why don't you back off?
I mean, hey, thanks for showing up and everything, but I mean, I appreciate it. It's a funeral and everything, but what what are you doing with me then, huh? Like this guy said like I could come back to life. So like, what do you?
I mean, I could do the same.
Yeah.
If you want to play the game longer. Come on, when has the game ever gone wrong for you?
I mean, I did die eventually.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't the fault of the game.
You know, you got me there. Well, let's think here. Okay. Same game as last time or different stakes? What are we thinking?
Oh, well, different stakes. Like, you're betting me getting you back to life. And with me, all it would be is service. Oh, yeah, sure, sir. Hey, how about you leave or I spill your beans, huh?
Now, hold on. What? Hold on, we don't need to kick him out yet, but I do want to hear about these beans.
The angelic figure looks down at the satyr, their flaming halo kind of burning a gaining red flickers into it, their wings turning slightly red tinged. The gold around their eyes kind of like darkening slightly. I don't think you're in a place to spill anyone's bean. We're outside your weight class, little one. Brought along home to your beast master.
Oh, they like, I'm sorry, but they kind of got you. They kind of burned you there.
Yeah, sure. What are you gonna do to me, though? You're gonna come to my plane and kill me? Good luck. What are you gonna do here? I can tell you, if I spill your beans, then they actually know what's going on. And then things could start going wrong for you, huh? So, companion. What you gonna do? You gonna leave? Or are you gonna let me spill those beans?
I don't think this guy messes around, you know. Like, I'm very curious. I'm very curious about that hot goss you got on this guy. And companion,
Go ahead and make it. Oh, so no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have anything to say.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Are you like trying to like basically just to persuade the angel that you are interested in said angel's beans?
I think I want to try to convince him, like,
I will say, despite the fact that this figure does not lean heavily one way or the other, they do lean slightly more towards the female aesthetic.
Okay. I think I want to try to, like, convince them to let me in on what would be important for me to hear if I am gonna go with them. And that's a 0. It's a nat 1 minus 1. That is
well, she like as you're kind of talking, she holds a finger at you.
Oh. Yeah.
The divines are talking.
Alright, I'm just saying, it's my life on the line. I feel like I should get some say in it, that's all.
What? Little fawn makes you think that they would believe your word over an angel's? Over the companion? The protector of El Terrell for generations? Because that's bullshit? You gonna play that gamble? That's the gamble you want to play.
I'm really torn here. Like, choosing between, like, fulfilling the needs of the order that I devoted my life to, and in destroying evil, or following my gambling addiction. It's a real toughie here. Gotta be honest.
Okay. Well, since she's not leaving, this ain't the companion. She made it, sure. She ain't the companion.
I mean, we're still in hell, right? We're in one of them.
Well, at this moment, no. You're in kind of the ethereal plane next to hell. Yeah. That's where we are right now.
Well, how would I know? I'm in a box.
It's a good point. Good point. This chick right here is an angel, but can you guess what's not angel about her?
No, this is my first time seeing one.
Height.
I got no... What?
Height.
Height?
Yeah. Not like she's too short. She's at the wrong position at height.
I do not understand what that means.
Okay,
But
so...
as a shorter gentleman myself...
Stand up for me.
Okay. I stand. I'm in the box. I still stand up.
Okay. He jumps up, grabs one of your horns, and tries to pull you. Do you resist?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Make an athletics check.
Okay, let's see. Athletics. There's a +1 there. That'll work. Please. Please. 17.
Yeah, so he like jumps up and grabs your horn as like it bends you over as he like goes down to the ground again, and he's like, "Come on!" But like you don't fall off the cover. You ruined my point. Thank you.
No, hey, ow.
As at this point he like lets go of your horn and lets you stand back up.
Jeez. Man. Like there's nerves in that, you know? It's not just it's not decoration, that's my head.
Of course I frickin' know.
Jeez. Warn a guy next time.
We're the same, you and I. Well, it wouldn't have worked if I warned you, and it didn't work even if I didn't warn you. Whatever. Okay, if you weren't strong enough to not, what would have happened to you?
What? If I was strong enough to not? I don't understand.
If you weren't strong enough to not do what I tried to make you do, what would have happened?
Probably would have fallen over.
Precisely. That's the problem with height.
What? I don't
Height.
get what you're putting down,
Height?
dude.
Right. Height makes an angel. If what you were about to do changes the height to not make this angel an angel... Huh?
Hold on. The existence of angels is dependent on how tall you are?
They're fallen. A fallen angel.
Okay.
Goodness.
Oh. Man.
My goodness.
This is why I didn't go into anything intelligence-based.
Okay.
I just know chemistry.
Now,
I don't know anything else. I don't know puzzles.
What is a very pertinent fallen angel to your current circumstance?
Ariel.
Yeah. Bingo, you got it.
See, I'm a genius. I told you. Okay. And that's not... Hey, companion. Hey. Be real with me here. Are you with Zariel?
Of course I'm not. You would trust the word of this. Yeah, go ahead. Insight check.
Let's see. Insight is no modifier. Fantastic. Left up for me. 8.
Okay.
Clocked you.
They do not look like they're lying. Like, they are very confidently, very assuredly said, of course not. You would trust the name of this beast?
Hang on, I'm a beast too.
Well, yes, but I could tell you that they're a devil. A demon.
Yeah. But I also have
Anyone can
technically
say
known
anything.
them. I've known them longer.
Yes, but what is more likely to be telling the truth? An angel? Or this?
See, that's the problem. I don't know. Because, like... fallen angel would say that they're not a fallen angel, right? Like, I don't know the specifics of, like, how you work and everything. I don't know your mechanisms, but you're not giving me a whole lot to go on other than, hey,
everything kind of
here.
starts to flicker.
Oh no.
Does not look like there is much more time. Vigil, you must make your choice. The angel puts out their hand to you. As, come with me, join me, and I shall make you stronger. I shall revive you. fight in your crusade. Hey! Or we could keep going with the game, you'd get back up anyways. Come on. Or, I mean, you could just die. That's also an option.
Don't like dying.
As everything's kind of flickering out into existence.
Alright. No. I don't. The game.
Make your choice, Virtual. Take my hand.
Is the satyr not saying anything to that?
The satyr is holding out a chess piece to you, essentially. Come on. It's a good game. Keep it going. And, don't bet on whether or not this is, actually a horrible fiend that is your mortal enemy. Which one's the better bet? Keep going with the game with me that only did you good, or maybe side with the devil? Eh? Make your choice. The moment is waning. This is your last second, Fitchel. Choose now! As, like, the angel begins to, like, vibrantly, like, radiate energy. You can make, you can make a charisma saving throw to try to not be intimidated.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay, go ahead.
Charisma saving throw. That's still -1. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, that's a dirty 1.
You are freaking terrified.
Yes
or no? Take the angel's hand or no? No more thought. Yes or no?
Yes. No. No.
No.
No.
You like reach for the hand and then take your hand away. Do you grab the piece from Finchel? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, like, you reach towards the angel's hand and then just real quick go, no! And grab the chess piece.
Sorry,
as you... Sean, you hear, no! As then the casket at the front of the room swings open with a loud bang. And the audience, gasp. A gasp goes across the audience. You see, Cecilia, like, stumbles back from the casket. As you are now, like, sitting up in the middle of this mourning ceremony, in the middle of your own funeral, holding a chess piece. What's in Lythander's name?
Any of you guys got a drink? Oh my gosh, I think I just made some bad choices. Or very
Sorry,
good
how are
ones.
you still alive?
Like this. See? That's how it works.
Is this some work of a fiend? Are you undead?
Oh.
Make a persuasion or deception check, depending on your truthfulness or not.
Uh-huh. Let's see. I wanna I had my no, never mind. It's already added. Proficiency. 1. Well, they don't believe me either way. That's a 9.
A 9?
Man,
So Cecilia's like, that's precisely what a fiend would say, as then she just casts a spell at you.
That's what I said. Oh no.
I don't remember if you have to make a dexterity saving throw or not for this spell, so go ahead and make one.
What spell are we making? Like, what modifier do I add?
Go for a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, thank God. I'm good at that. 15.
15. Or no, sorry, it's a spell attack roll, but we're just gonna use our DC anyways. That would be... Yeah, as you're like, as at this point, like, glowing swords, like, permeate your casket. Like one of those magic tricks where they stick a bunch of swords into a box, and then the person in it is magically unharmed, except it hurts.
How much?
Okay, that would be 4d6, but you've succeeded your saving throw.
Whew.
Shoot! Bloody die rolled off the thing. Okay, that is... 9 damage. 9 radiant damage as the casket you are in is just with swords.
That's not too bad. Yeah, okay. I don't have anything against that. You said 7?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I said not 9 damage.
Oh, okay. Still works. Still healthy.
And that beats... Does that beat your damage threshold?
Remind me, that's an 8th?
An 8th, yes.
Let me do some quick division work.
You really should write this down.
I should, shouldn't I? 31 minus 9... No. 31 minus 8. Stupid.
Divided by 8.
Stupid. What did I say?
You said minus 8.
Well, that's different. Yeah, that beats it.
Oh, it's 3 times. So that's... You need to make your Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay. Con saving throw plus 3. Okay. 13.
Okay. Yes. So you do not gain any effect and save from the lingering injury, but you do gain a tier 1 lingering injury, gruesome injury.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, these blades just kind of perforate. That's not how you say that. Your body. As they just like stab through you, as then they begin to like dissolve into radiant energy, as you are currently just a pincushion there with these golden blades. As then you hear, "No, stop!" As you see Lulu the Holophant like fly towards you, and then like get on, like, fly above the coffin between you and Cecilia. He's not acting like the undead here. They're mindless. Hollow men, as the people said. He's probably fine.
Thank you. Hey, thanks.
I don't know why, but something about what happened makes me feel okay. This is right. This is okay. I think.
This is a good thing?
Yes?
Okay. You know what?
It's okay.
I had my doubts, but I'll take it.
As Cecilia, like, was about to send another volley at you.
I mean, come on, I got an elephant vouching for me.
Well, the Celestial is on your side. As she steps forward, like, next to the casket. Well, my reactions may be quick, but my judgment might be off. We have one less person to mourn. We can see this as a sign that, in fact, the angels are with us in this fight. One of our heroes has returned to us.
Surprise!
I want you to make a persuasion check.
Oh. Okay.
Charisma or honor.
Let's see. Oh, that might be on the other sheet. Let me open that up real quick. Okay, so that's +2. That's surprising. Okay. Honor saving throw. Nat 1. +2. +3.
As the entire congregation is like, you see them all narrow their eyes at the same time.
I mean, to be fair, I did die on like the first day.
As that's what your funeral was like. Yes, so Xander had to leave, had to duck out. So now it's a gimmick solo session for the remaining little bit.
Great.
Basically, they were trying to figure out ways to break the siege. And Ravengard, the person who had been defending the Highhold, said that in this chapel, below the chapel, there were a few different artifacts, including a room, which was known as the Vault of Ascension, that made it really easy to pray to gods and commune with them.
Ooh.
So he's gone down below to do that. So
Okay.
Yeah, so he's gone down below to do that. You basically get informed of some of that information. Jammy is one of the only people who is like, yes, just kind of open arms, like, you can be a hero twice now.
It's being a martyr.
But I mean, you can also do that twice.
I'd rather not. It hurt a lot. I think, look, I still got, scars of it. I've got,
you do have, massive lightning scars.
Yeah, a lot of Lichtenberg figures going on here.
Fair enough. Well, Maybe people will be more willing to die now, though. They know that there's at least a crapshoot that they might be able to come back. It's a little bit easier to die if it's like, it's like a 99% chance that I'll stay dead instead of 100.
Yeah, you know what? As you know what? I'm gonna let him have it. Yeah, that's a good thing. This is a good thing that's happened.
We are gonna try to find a way out of the city, of course, break the siege. We won, by the way, won the Battle of El Terrell. It's ours now.
Oh, good, very good. What do we do? What are we doing with it then?
Leaving it. We're breaking out of it because it's a siege, right? So we need to get out. Because only if the army gets out can we actually, find and kill Zariel.
Yeah. I see that. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Didn't like this place anyway. So then what's the next stop?
Well, it's been a while since, what's his face, someone. Ravenguard, yeah, that's the dude. Since he went down below the cathedral to look for something, could well still be down there.
So we gotta get him, or are we waiting for him?
Up to you.
Oh, me? Up to me? I don't know. I don't really know the guy that well. Tough pick. Doesn't seem like this kind of situation he'd be able to get himself out of.
Well, he said there was no fiends or undead down there, so maybe.
Okay.
He's not, like, trapped, he just went down there.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I think we can't. I think we can leave him. I trust he can catch up with us, right? He's a big, strong, whatever he is. I don't know what he does.
Well, if you're not gonna go, I kind of want to talk to you about something.
Is that Lulu?
Yeah, Lulu. Like, at this point, you look around and you see, like, Lulu has kind of, like, walked up towards you guys. You're not sure, but she looks maybe slightly bigger. Her tusks maybe slightly longer.
How long was I out?
Not long. The battle was yesterday.
Yeah. I died yesterday?
Yeah.
You got different since then. Did you
Yeah.
grow?
What do you mean?
Yeah, a little bit. You grew a bit.
Now that you mention it. Know how fast you can grow? I don't know anything. Right.
Bro, same. Oh man. Okay.
Well,
cool. Wow. So what do you need?
over here.
Okay. I go over there.
Yeah, at this point you guys are kind of like walking through the cemetery together. I don't really know why, but I trust you. In a way, it's kind of a feeling. I remembered something.
What's that?
I think I was with Zariel when she attacked Avernus.
Now, when you say with, do you mean proximity or allegiance?
Like when back when she was an angel, and she had her Hell Riders. I think I went with her to attack Avernus.
Oh wow. Is that? Are you okay? Are you okay then? Like that sounds like a pretty tough thing to go through.
I don't know.
Okay.
I remember when we attacked. Like, I flew with her Hell Riders, and I think she flew beside me, maybe on me sometimes. Like through the gates from the plains we went, tearing through devils like song through air. Victory was within our grasp. She's kind of like, at this point, she's kind of almost zoning out. She's not as much looking at you as much kind of remembering. Her face looks happy, like pleasant, like it's almost a fun memory.
Huh.
We were so close. I think some of the Hell Riders betrayed us. They retreated back through the gate and sealed it. I remember something else. I think we were about to get captured.
Oh.
And Zariel, before we were captured, she told me to hide her sword so that it wouldn't fall into evil hands. Someone helped me hide the sword, but I don't remember who. We found a place to hide it, but I don't remember where. I escaped Avernus, but I don't remember how. Most of my memory, nothing's really coming back, but... And, I mean, most of that memory is gone, but I don't remember why.
That is how memory loss works.
Fair, I guess.
Well, is it? This sounds like something that you want to find out, right? Am I right in thinking that?
Well, yes, I do.
But
maybe the sword might be able to help you as well.
Oh.
If she didn't want it falling in evil hands, it must be powerful.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good sign of it.
And if she was confident enough to wield it into Avernus the first time, then she must have thought that she could win with it.
Making sense so far, yeah. So
maybe.
So I got it.
Maybe we
We're
could
saying
find it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm good to I'm down to help look for it. Wow, this is a lot. Do we have any leads, or are we just fully in the dark about this?
As you two continue talking, Sean, now that you're back, I'd like to describe what you missed.
I was listening on Twitch.
On this Twitch? Yeah. So you saw what happened at the funeral?
Yes, him busting out of his own coffin
Yep.
and then getting attacked by Cecilia.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Correct.
Yeah, I was the guy sending the emojis in Twitch chat.
8, 7, 6.
Yes. So
4, 3, 2, 1.
yes. So after the funeral, would you have gone down to Ravengard or?
Alexa, dismiss timer.
Sean would probably have stayed in the church area looking at the rest of the fallen,
Okay.
thinking about the companion that he encountered and paying his respects to those fallen and to the person he killed.
Mm-hmm. So.
Considering that's the first intelligent being he's killed.
That's fair. Then perhaps that's a good place to end the session. As Lulu is beginning to remember her memories, perhaps that will end up being useful in locating both the sword and maybe locating Zariel's lying fortress. Possibly finding a way out of this city. Though, I mean, we could always just run down the chains with a charge and try to break out militarily.
Not sure if I want to try that.
What's the sportsmanship in that?
Let me quickly read something. If you two wish to interact, go ahead. Or perhaps discuss as your saints. By this time, Voltaire would feel that Finchel is alive again. Like, you don't have word yet on how, you just know Finchel's alive again.
Okay. Bakar, we got, we're not so short-handed. We got, Fitchel.
Oh, your satyr is back?
Yeah! That's not expected, but not unwelcome, I think. Probably. It's probably fine. I'm going to assume it's fine. This was not something that I had anticipated about. What do you think? What do you think is, like, the right response to just feeling your friend die and then come back to life the next day? And that's a good thing, right? Typically.
Typically, no one comes back for free.
Yeah.
I'd be more concerned about what deal he had to make to come back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not good, then. That's maybe not good, because, like, they're in heck right now. And that's not, typically not the best spot for testing your, wiles and wills. Okay. I should. Well, how are you doing today?
I'm waiting for word from my summons, and a little miffed that you and Govson did not come to the walk meeting. And it was just Sir Nikolai and I.
To be fair, I was hospitalized. Like, look at this, and I gesture to the bandage covering my wrist stump, because my hand got blasted off last time I was there. Kind of put me in
flesh wound.
Also, anaphylactic shock. That was a part of it. You know, that was... Like, a couple months ago, I got set on fire. Do you know how rare injury actually is for me?
Card. Have you ever experienced death?
Not particularly. I've come close.
Well, I'm someone who's experienced it thrice. It's good he's up and about this early.
And I guess we should consider it good fortune.
Who's that talking right now?
That's Nikolai, Sir Nikolai Constantine.
Okay. Did I know he died 3 times?
I don't think you knew that.
Hey. Are you open to talking about the thing you just said? How'd you do that? How did you do that?
Many things happen in Barovia.
Oh,
Some of those things can fight death.
Hey. Excuse me. Not. No, you went there. Okay.
Now are you asking? Are you asking how I died thrice?
I am curious about that, but more. I guess I'm more wondering exactly, considering how our friend, Mr. Tuxedo, has risen from the dead himself, if that's something to be concerned about necessarily.
Does depend on how.
Yeah, I don't have that info. We're gonna have to guess. I'm gonna say it's good. I'm gonna say it's good for now.
Argus, at this point, perhaps has the power. Though, would he do the risk?
Thing.
Is your Sato friend one of a religious sort? Perhaps if he believes in some deity, it chose to revive him? Either that or something from below has made a deal, which could mean he's been compromised.
I don't know Fitchel to be... Fitch isn't typically religious, per se. But also, I don't know him that well, so maybe there's a chance. But he has also an easy-ish access to devil fiend kind of things. So,
Do you believe your Inquisition might have caused him to fall?
No, I don't believe so. That doesn't sound like something any of them would do necessarily. No, I have faith that that it's not out of bad will. I suppose is what I want to say about that. No, I'm certain it's manageable. We'll stick with men. How about that? So.
Perhaps
At the
we should
moment.
wait till the report comes in before casting any judgment.
That's probably the best. Probably for the best, yes.
So, if you feel him start to die, I'd suggest letting him. After all, it could be our own people fighting him.
Oh. Oh, like it's like they need to? Oh. Hmm.
If he was raised by a fiend, presumably, they may try to fight with him, use him as a weapon.
Yes,
Or perhaps use him as a spy.
yes, I am familiar with that mindset of people. It's well, we'll wait and see.
It has been a few hours now since the funeral was done. Ravengard has still not come up from the catacombs. Well, not as much the catacombs as just from the lower levels of the cathedral.
Did he go in by himself?
He had like a group of soldiers with him.
Yeah, he went in with a few knights.
Okay.
Although Sean would be a little suspicious at this point, because you said it's been a few hours and he's not returned.
Correct.
And how big is it down there? Like, how much is there to like go through?
You don't know. Though, it is getting to the point where, like, the bodies have been kind of wrapped up, some of them have been wrapped up, some of them, have been bagged up, depending on how much of them was in one piece.
Oh, yikes.
There's just, like, a bunch of body bags and then a few sacks lying next to each other.
That's a couple of sad sacks.
But Cecilia does come out of the cathedral at this point. They're going to be taking the bodies down to put them in the catacombs soon.
Sean will approach Cecilia and say, Ravengard has not returned since he went down there. He went down to make sure there was nothing left. If down any more fiends, but he hasn't returned.
Well, then perhaps you should go and see what that's about, then. I'd suggest taking Jamie and some of his men with you. I do have to continue overseeing the bodies, of course. We have found in one of the earlier rooms in the lower level, there is a room where we have the acids required to be able to put them into the catacombs. So, we are underway, but we have not gone
I'll get
far.
Jamie's squad and we'll investigate.
Sounds good.
He'll go to find Jamie and his squad.
Yeah.
You go investigate.
Yeah, Jamie, Fidichel, currently Lulu is with you. Would you also go?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Lulu's gonna stay with you. As you kind of go down. Jammy's like, I can get Jammy Squad itself to come down. We got a few more people. We filled out back to the 25 full strength. That's what you want?
Sounds pretty good to me.
It sounds like a good enough group. We need to figure out what happened to Raven Guard and his men.
Right, yeah. Makes sense.
Hey, are we waiting for something?
I'm waiting for you.
Oh, me.
Well, not you particularly. I'm waiting for you. Yeah, let's go.
I guess we get going.
John will, I guess, lead the group down the stairwell that he remembers Raven Guard going down.
Yeah. As Gallant, Jammy Squad from Gallant Company, of course, will come down with you. Are you guys in front of Gallant Company? Or are you guys going to be, traveling within Gallant Company, using them as cover?
I would use them as cover.
Okay.
Sean would be, at this point, unless, was leading, so he may have slowed down to be, within the front row of them, but still be in the front.
Yeah, so being in Colossal Horde qualifies as 3/4 cover, so that's plus 5 AC if someone tries to target you specifically. It does mean that, an AoE that targets the Horde will also target you. Of course.
Right.
And if you are in a Horde that is killed, you also are qualified as downed. I can't remember off the top of my head what action it is to enter or leave a Horde, but you would be able to find that in the skirmish encounters. You head down. You head down into the catacombs here. And it's once you pass through the first few chambers of this complex beneath the chapel, you first pass through a workshop of sorts. This workshop appears to be where priests and acolytes prepared dead bodies for their final interment. This room is full of bodies, some being prepared, some waiting to be prepared, some now only bone. With massive jars that you quickly choose to stop thinking about what might be in them. You go through and find the Ossuary of the Faithful. Next room you pass through. The walls of this chamber are lined with funerary shelves, each set with dusty humanoid bones. Relics and holy symbols of Lythander, Torm, Hel, Mentir have been set prominently on a number of shelves. And then continue passing through until you reach the main area of this usury, or osery. Don't know how to pronounce. This huge chamber is filled with even more funerary shells. Along the stone walls above six bare daises is where these shelves lie. It's a display of dusty humanoid bones rising from the floor to the ceiling. As you continue through, you reach a meditation chamber. This area is set with cushions and low stools of brown oak. Above an empty dais, the wall is covered with a mosaic, shaped from colored chips of bone, artfully arranged to depict scenes of funerals, the migration of souls, and the celestial realms. Lettering along the bottom of the mosaic reads, Contemplate life. Death comes soon enough.
Interesting words.
That's quite cheery. I mean, kind of similar mottos, though. Live hero, die martyr, death comes soon. It's kind of like a less peppy way to think about it, though.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Oh, no, it's not wrong at all, but, like, it's leaving the fun out of it.
We want to talk about marketing right now?
Let's keep to the task at hand. We're trying to find Raven God.
I mean, we can
And
do
his
both,
men.
but sure, yeah. As you continue, you go down a hallway that has a sharp turn to a door. Actually, there was kind of a split road there. As this is the first door you have come to since coming down. Since you left the workshop, this is the first door.
Sean will hold up his hand to stop the group, and then proceed cautiously to the door. And we'll signal Jeremy's squad to be ready.
As you approach, you hear some heavy hoof falls on stone. You also, as you approach the door, you notice the wall that turns is actually like a false wall. There appears to be a secret door in that wall.
Oh.
Sean
like
will
to-
stop and motion to show everyone that there seems to be some type of false wall and hidden doorway, if they haven't noticed it yet.
Some kind of false wall or a hidden doorway. Now we've all said it. I just wanted to get that done.
But which one is it though? Is it a false wall or is it a hidden doorway?
You know,
I'm
At first
surrounded by imbeciles.
are we wrong?
You want to go through the real door or the secret door first? Huh?
I'd like to check for traps.
Go ahead, make a investigation check.
Absolutely. Let's see, investigation. Oh, and I have advantage on that. Fantastic. Plus.
I just noticed, and I want to point this out because it's really ironic. The song that was played at Finchell's funeral was "Never to Return."
Whoops.
And ironically, he said no.
The song's wrong, baby. Yeah, what's the investigation check?
With advantage, that's a 4.
No traps.
Well, we're safe.
You can go first then.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
You going through the secret
And-
door?
I'm gonna. I'm gonna throw my shield in first.
Kung, 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 kung.
Anything?
Sean, you hear, and then the heavy fall of the hooves start to happen. Mitchell, make a perception check as you hear them get closer to behind the door, not the secret door, the actual door. What was your perception?
That would be. Let's see here. Okay. 12.
You hear
I'm-
you hear this kind of snorting as well. And heavy hoof falls on stone.
Hey, hoodlums!
I pick up my shield. Pick my shield back up and ready it.
Yeah, as you go into the secret hallway to pick up your shield, you look down it and there's a collapse. It is a secret doorway to a collapsed tunnel.
Okay, I don't think we should go down that way.
What? What is it?
It's nothing.
What do you mean it's nothing? There has to be
I mean-
something.
No, well, it was something, but then it fell apart. It looks like the whole tunnel collapsed. It's all crumbly and such.
Makes that easy.
Okay, normal door it is.
Except, we don't know how long that collapsed tunnel has been that way. What if Ravengard had gone down that way and then it collapsed? That would explain why he hasn't returned.
It would.
Uh,
I mean, finding him in this room would also just prove that that's not true, though. But we'll never know until we go in.
Well, we'll let our newly resurrected friend, since he can apparently cheat death, go in first.
I don't know.
No. By all means, let me. It's my job.
Jamie,
I
you
mean-
have slightly more value than he does. So let him go first.
John, my old value is dying. As he will kind of go to the door, and you notice he's acting extremely casual, like he's about to just open a door.
To be fair, he is opening a door.
Sean will pull a arrow and knock it into his bow.
Yeah, I ready my flail.
You guys, wait, is there something on the other side of this door? At this point he listens to the door, because both of you heard these noises and did not tell anyone.
Oh yeah, by the way, there was hooves. I heard hooves. There's something with hooves, but not mine.
Right.
There's a whole other thing with hooves.
Okay.
Right, I didn't actually finish motioning that I was hearing something on the other side of the door because Fitchell was doing things.
Okay.
Do usually do things, yeah.
Now, we could set up a back a little ways, and firing line through the hallway, or like we could have. I mean, the firing line is probably going to do more than your own bow, flail. So, if you guys want to stand here and like basically hug the walls, make sure that the actual squad can firing line.
Yeah, I do that.
I'll just back. I'll go to the other side then.
Okay, Galenko. Once I hit the deck, fire. I'm gonna open the door and hit the deck real quick.
Wait, we should not fire immediately.
Fair point.
In case, if this isn't, if whatever's on the other side isn't hostile, you should be slightly mindful of this.
Okay.
I mean, if there's like a horse underground, I consider that hostile.
Basically, if something's charging at us, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, he opens up the door, and then everybody needs to make initiative checks because everyone was holding actions.
Hallelujah.
So you guys have 4 held actions on your side, whereas whatever is on the other side of the door was also holding an action. As
20.
the door swings open and this large looming figure begins to like reach its arm towards the door.
Oh.
And Sean, what was your initiative? Sean? Hello, Sean.
Push to talk? He's not muted.
Yeah, this happened.
Oh, he got a 12.
Yeah, we had some problem at the beginning of the stream where we couldn't hear each other.
Yeah.
Oh, I briefly lost
Okay.
connection.
Okay, yeah.
Did something after we rolled initiative?
We were still determining what was happening. Okay, so Fidgel said you said you had a 20?
12, I said.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, he had a 12. I had a 20. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, who had a 12?
It looked like you did.
I had a 16.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the blue number.
I need to get to the right page.
Because
Okay.
I have a +4 to initiative.
Then
So,
yes. So Fidgel, your held action goes off first.
Great.
As yeah, this
I would.
large figure is reaching in. You said you were just gonna attack with your flail, right?
Well, I was ready to, but I would like to use a blood curse of bloated agony.
Okay, yes, you can do. Is that adding to your flail, or instead of?
I'm gonna say adding to. Like I smack him, and then, well,
So
hang on. Let me
you
see.
said you were you were readying your flail.
Yeah, I did.
You cannot change what action you hold once it
Okay,
happens.
yeah. Yeah, okay, then oh. Can a bonus action go before a prepared action, or should I still go after?
If it affects the action itself, if it's just additive to the action. So like,
Okay.
basically, a good example would be that paladins can use their smite on a held action.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, then I'm gonna do, not smite, but I will use a Crimson Right as my bonus action as I, swing with my flail. Which means I imbue a weapon to strike for 1d4 extra damage. of my chosen type.
Okay, yeah.
So let's attack. Straight D20, right?
Yes.
I always forget how attacking works. Let's see, that is 17 to hit.
17 is a hit.
Woo. Okay, so the roll damage. That is 1d8 plus 1 and a d4. That's 7 damage.
Okay, 7 damage.
Not as good as I'd like, but. And then I take the d4 damage. Oh, just 1.
Okay, 7s, that is... Yes. Yeah, so, that is, okay. You know what? I think just making it simply that makes more sense. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wait. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. Okay, yeah. As you hit, as the flail hits against this creature, as you hear it go,
Can I see what it is?
not until these actions resolve.
Oh.
As then you hear, as, the loud ringing hits your ears of Jammy's boomstick.
Oh.
He's gonna make his attack. Oof, that's gonna be a miss.
Beans.
Yep. Okay, now it is, as then it, then it grabs him and pulls him into the room. As he's like, ah!
It pulls Jammy?
It pulls Jammy into the room. As then you hear, as he's like, as you then hear, as the Jammy squad still fires.
Oh.
So, Jammy and the creature both have to make... Well, actually, let me look at that again.
Oh boy, we're about to lose a guy. Again.
As yet, fires off, and Jammy gets a... Was that with the DC? What is the... Okay, so it's...
It's the DC of a god.
Well, it's the DC of their attack. It's the AoE. AoE DC 15. Yeah, no, he does not beat an AoE 15. As neither does that. Oh, they don't have. Yeah, they don't have that. So then that attack is 4d12 damage. Oh, you know what? We're just gonna take the average because it's faster. Okay, so. As, yeah, the creature that is standing there just gets absolutely riddled. As so does Jammy. Just absolutely, like, just bullets ripping through, tearing apart. As that is... That attack definitely gives him a tier 5. Tier 5 with gruesome injury. And... he... Oh no, he would just... Oh right, yeah. Success. Success. Success! Okay, cool. He just made all of his death saves, so he didn't die instantly.
Awesome.
Literally complained the second she walked
As... Yes. As... That'll be one lingering entry as well. As it is now the... As it is finally to, the reaction of Sean, which there is nothing to be seen. Like, this large figure falls to the ground, and then behind them you see another large figure fall to the ground and collapse.
Oh.
Firing lines. They do 37 damage. On average.
God, I guess. Ooh.
As... Yeah. Completely obliterated. As, it is now... You rush into the room, and... At this point... You don't find any living creature. You look around the room, and you find a significant... all too significant number of corpses.
Do I see the armor plating that Raven God was...
Yeah, make a perception check. Kind of glance around the room. We are still in loose initiative, because there is currently someone unstable and dying.
Yeah.
16.
Okay, you do. Yes, you see the armor that they were wearing with an ornate helmet on that you had not seen him wear before. But you see him lying in front of the pool. Actually, like, face down in the water. Center of the room. As you look into this room, There is this shallow meditation pool that fills the room, set off from a bordering lining, edged by a low wrought iron railing. Wondrous friezes along, you would see wonderful friezes along the walls depicting souls gaining the blessings of the gods, and friezes on one wall have been twisted into strange figures around the pool. This pool is littered with mutilated bodies, humans wearing the uniform of Baldur's Gate and El Turel, and Knight and your forces. The swirling water of the pool roils with shadow, and is shot through with patches of black ichor where demons have fallen. These demonic minotaurs. An armored man, Raven Guard, lies face down in the pool, clutching a golden helm on his ceiling. On his head. I don't know why I said ceiling.
Ceiling
Okay.
his body.
Sean will we've stepped into the room.
Yes.
Okay, he's gonna go and try to stabilize Jeremy.
Okay, yeah. Make a medicine check.
9.
You do not succeed.
Oh.
That would be your action.
I'm indomitable. I'm rerolling.
Okay.
No! Hey, mommy, pushing my hand. Oh, we're on that one.
I'm using indomitable again.
Can I go over to help?
11.
I mean, you could have gone over to help, but by the time you get there, he's already succeeded.
Okay.
As you look through, yeah, like, you see him begin to breathe more stably. Like, there's a pool of blood around him. Like, part of his face is, like, he's probably gonna be scarred from this.
Oh.
Part of his face is kind of, like, shot off.
If he lives, it'll be a miracle.
But you do manage to, like, like, quickly bandage him, and, you do manage to stabilize. Wait, actually, do you have a healer's kit on you?
I do not.
I forgot to check. That's not actually a high enough DC. Like, you did not make the DC to stabilize without healer's kit.
Well, shoot.
I would like to try. I don't have a healer's kit, I don't think.
Go ahead.
Okay. Medicine! Nat 20 plus 2.
Okay, that is enough. Yeah, as you, like, move forward and you're like, you just kind of basically, you're like, no. As, like, Sean is trying to hold things, you basically just, like, lie down on him to cover all of the places that are bleeding and apply pressure everywhere. To give him the hog of life.
I'm helping!
Yeah, as you basically cover all the spots as Sean, rips off some, like, pieces of cloth and clothes and begins to, like, bandage up. You as well, like, rip off and bandage as well. And you manage to stabilize Jamie.
Blood magic. I did that.
As,
Yeah. Learn anything about those?
you don't heal him, do you? You just stabilize him?
I cannot heal him.
Yeah.
I cannot heal him
As
either.
his very labored breathing, but he is stable. Like, every breath he takes kind of gurgles with...
Yes, go.
Alright. Can we... Is the thing that attacked him, like, down for the count?
Yeah, you look at it, and, the one that attacked him is kind of still, like, haggardly breathing. But the one farther back, you look at it, and it's on fire. It's, like, slowly burning. Actually, the one that's, like, haggardly breathing as well, you look at it, and you see that it is smoking at this point. Cinders beginning to come off of it.
Watch next
That's
episode.
good.
Because it was such a big cliffhanger. She's about to...
Sean is going to attempt to make sure it doesn't stand back up.
Yeah, no, it is, like, it does not look in any way, like, its arm is kind of, like, twisted behind it, and it, like, is very haggard, like, barely drawing breath.
He's then going to put it out of its misery then.
Yeah.
If I can succeed the con,
Yeah.
never mind.
I mean,
as
you
we
don't
say.
actually have to do an action for this, there's no enemy, so there's no actual time constraint anymore. We are out of initiative, because no one is dying anymore.
Okay.
Dang, we took care of that real quick. That's good.
Yeah,
should
that's
have
how this
more
combat is
people
supposed to
who
work. It's supposed to be first attacks.
Awesome.
Well, Sean's spleen is acting up again when he goes to
Yeah.
kill it initially, so he kind of doubles over for a second. Then he gets back up and makes it stop.
Yep.
Bro, you got spleen issues? What's up?
While you died, some of us had to live through the lightning strike.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'm so sorry that you kept living. Alright,
Yeah, I mean, Finchel does have the horrible scar and minor scar lingering injury.
yeah. Not to mention whatever, the result of that magic knife thing was.
Magic knife?
When, Cecilia shot me up.
Oh, right. That was a gruesome injury, not a lingering injury, yeah.
Yes. Oh, you know, scabs.
Yeah, you have a bunch of stab wounds that you still haven't healed. But, yeah.
Yeah.
You haven't actually really even dressed them besides barely.
Yeah.
But,
Don't need to. Not right now.
Yeah. So how do you put the beast out of its misery?
It's like on the ground, laying down.
Mm-hmm.
How tall is it while it's laying down?
It would be like... At this point, it's like laying on its front. It would be like chest to shoulder blades. Like 2 feet.
Okay, so if it's... We'll just do a quick little jab with the short sword into its neck, cutting the vein or artery right there, major artery right there.
As you see a shot of pain through its eyes at first, and then almost looks like it smiles as it burns up.
Yeah.
As one of the Jammy squad walks forward, grabs Jammy's boomstick, walks to the other dying Minotaur, and just poof, blasts its head off.
Oh.
As it just burns, his foot is on the back of the Minotaur as it burns and just catches fire, as then his foot just drops to the ground. He looks down and like pats out a fire that started on his leg.
These people are nuts.
Thought Jammy might want to get one of the kills.
That counts?
As he chucks he just chucks the gun and it lands back beside Jammy. Like the butt of the gun swivels and then like lightly hits Jammy in the face.
Alright.
Sorry, sir.
I take hold of its jaw. No, that's okay. It's totally cool. I'm Jeremy. What's up?
No.
Why? He's fine.
He's alive.
I mean,
Not fine.
as he said, laugh or cry.
I want to cry now.
Yeah, well,
At least
you're
now
gonna
we
get
know what
emotional,
happened to
we
Raven
can-
Guard's men.
do you want us to cover over other angles? There was that other room we never went into, the Vault of Honor. We could go and check, make sure that's cleared.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do that. Let's do that one.
Let's go.
I mean, you guys don't want to stay here, see what's going on?
I'll remain here with Jamie.
Oh,
Fitchel, you take the rest of the squad and investigate the other room.
I mean, back there is actually closer to where the others are, so we could probably take Jammy, drop him off before going to that room.
Alright. And
Do what you see fit.
Okay, yeah. They, like, a few of them pick up Jammy, begin to carry him. Like, one of them starts to count. Well, that makes 26.
like that. 26.
Wounds
Kills?
and still standing.
Oh.
Well, he'll probably still be standing.
You didn't lose a leg or
As,
two, so
yeah, he is carried out at this point. I actually am gonna have to roll a lingering injury to see what parts of him. Oh, I think that's a minor scar. Rolled pretty high. Yeah,
They
so,
rolled right on
Sean,
the virus.
as you stay in this chamber, you do feel like this chamber does kind of radiate energy to us, like, you do feel energy.
Does it feel similar to the energy that the orb that I touched?
Similar.
Similar. Okay.
Similar. Not exactly
I'm going-
the same, but similar.
Okay. I'm going to approach the water and to look at Ravenguard's corpse
Yeah. I mean,
cautiously.
yeah. I mean, face down in the water, no bubbles.
I'll
No blood either. Like, there is a lot of this water is streaked with like black ichor and red blood, but there's no blood around Ravengard.
Sean will cautiously check for a pulse, not expecting one.
Yeah, make a medicine check.
$18. Thank you.
Not only does he not have a pulse, but he also doesn't have any visible wounds.
No visible wounds, no pulse. Did he drown? I will carefully grab the back of like his chest plate and pull his face out of the water and flip him over carefully.
As As you do that, a relatively small cloud of blood spills out, like was just under his face. As when you pull him up, his nose begins pouring with blood out of his nostrils.
He bled to death from his nose?
Well, there's not any blood on him. Actually,
But
it
you
more
said-
looks like when he was face down, other than his nose. When he was face down, it looks like maybe that was stopping his nose from bleeding. Or maybe he made his nose bleed when he fell face down. But yeah, you like flip him over as the blood begins to like trickle. It's a stream, actually. It's not like a normal nosebleed. It doesn't stop eventually. It's a trickle of blood now running down either side of his face.
Oh jeez, it's an anime.
Okay, so no visible wounds. He has no pulse, which suggests he's dead.
And he must scream.
And now he has a
I have no
abnormal
pulse, but I must beat.
and an
Oh, that is an
nosebleed.
undead rock band right there.
uh,
Yeah, sorry, Sean. What did he say we're doing?
I'm just he's thinking Sean's thinking to himself what he's noticed so far. So no visible wounds, no pulse, and an abnormal nosebleed. Do I notice anything else about his body that could suggest death or how he died?
You can make an investigation check. From first glance, you see some old wounds, probably from the battle prior, but they're dressed.
22.
The only thing that is different about him, other than the nosebleed, is the golden helmet. Like, you look across his body, search across his body, that's the only thing you can find. That is...
Sean will go to grab the helmet before actually stopping himself, switching his short sword to his other hand, and then using the short sword to take the helmet off.
So you're gonna try to, like, push the helmet off with your short sword?
Yeah, I'm going to, like, try to nudge it off of his head.
Okay.
Since I've pulled his body a little bit away from the pool
Yeah.
when I went to check for his wounds.
Yeah, you can make a sleight of hand check to try to do that. Or to, like, hook the sword in, like, the helm's visor and try to push it off.
Yeah, sleight of hand. 18.
Yeah, you kind of, like, push, and this is kind of, like... It's kind of like a Roman helmet, almost. Like, there's not, like, a like, medieval knight's visor, right? So, like, you kind of push at the ridges around the helmet, try to get some purchase on it, as you manage to, like, get it just and push, and then eventually you manage to get it off his head.
Once it, like, gets to his hairline, I would have been able to have, like, stuck my sword farther down and used, like, used a wider berth of the
Oh yeah,
blade
like actually
to pull it
sticking
off.
the sword between the helmet and his head.
Yeah.
Okay, make
Like,
another
once
sleight
it
of
got
hand.
to there.
Yeah, make another. Are you trying to avoid cutting his face or his head?
I mean, how I was imagining I was using the sword was I would have had it so that it would have been flat.
Right.
So, like,
But even still, like, you might end up pressing down and, like, cutting with the edge. It is possible to cut even when you're pressing with the flat.
oh, is it? Okay. I'll sleight of hand again.
Yeah. Okay.
$14.
Yeah, you managed to get it off without cutting his head.
Okay. Does his is there any change to his well-being?
Nope.
No.
No.
So
not
he's still
anything.
dead. Still an abnormal nosebleed.
Yeah, still looks pretty dead.
No wounds though.
No wounds. A still bleeding nose. At this point, like, the pool of blood, it has, like, encompassed all the way around his head.
Fitchel, can you try to stop this nosebleed?
I believe Fitchel left with
Oh,
the...
did Fitchel leave?
Yeah, I believe he left with the Gallant Company.
Oh, okay. So it's just me in here.
Yeah.
Alright, I will medicine check. That's a 9. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean... You could... You briefly consider, like, ripping a part off your shirt and stuffing it in his nose, but that's, like, the only thing you can think of.
If I was to turn him back over, would the nosebleed stop?
It's possible.
He's dead, so not like he cares too much about it. I'm gonna flip him back over, maybe so at least the pool of blood doesn't keep growing.
Yeah. Just flip him back over and try to put him nose down, try to balance his head on his nose.
And then, looking at the, helmet that I removed from his head,
Mm-hmm.
does it look special? Is there, like, energy coming off of it?
Yeah,
by
so
chance?
there are, you can make an Arcana check to try to see if there's energy coming off of it. You do also see holy symbols on it.
Wonderful.
Which you can make a
Holy
religion.
symbols,
You can make a
which-
religion check to recognize those.
Alright,
They are
so
symbols that you have
first-
seen around this place all over. About a fourth of
Alright,
the holy symbols.
So the Arcana check was 3, so
Yeah, you do not feel any energy, like, coming off of this specifically. Like, there's so much energy in this room that it's nigh impossible to tell if it's coming from the helmet.
okay. The religion check, I got a 16.
Yeah, these are holy symbols of Thorn.
The one.
Which, let me quickly look up precisely what Thorm's deal is. Or Torm, sorry, not Thorm.
Torm.
Just Torm.
Okay. I
Loyal
You had
Fury.
mentioned
He's the god of
that
loyal fury.
loyal
Yeah.
fury.
Duty,
Okay,
loyalty, and righteousness.
gotcha. You had mentioned when we first came in the room and I saw his corpse that this helmet was new, that he hadn't been wearing this before.
Yes, yeah. You had not seen him wear this helmet before.
Okay. Could this by chance be an artifact that was supposed to be down here? Ravengard had seemed to have known more about the artifacts in this cathedral. Considering, I think he's been here many a time, so that would make sense. John is going to, after staring at the crown for a little bit, he's going to tap it.
Metal helmet.
He's going to carefully pick it up.
Yeah, you pick it up. It's a little bit heavier than the standard helmet, but it's like really strong. Seems like the gold on it might be something other than ritualism.
He'll tap it with his short sword, kind of mess with it a little bit.
Yeah, you can make an investigation check to try to figure it out.
Investigation. $17.
Yeah, it's like the front of it kind of has like that Roman visor, except the visor can actually tilt back if you wanted to remove it from in front of your face. It's kind of ornately decorated, has a fin off the top of it. The visor kind of like comes to a point up and kind of wings out, and then to the hinge is kind of has spikes upward, but yeah, like it's the gold color. Now that you kind of have looked at it, it looks like it's more like perhaps gold painted, like very thin, not even gold plated, gold painted. So like kind of the minimum amount of gold to make it look this way, and it's not. It kind of, you can see the strokes in it still, and the iron or steel behind it.
Interesting.
There are not currently any chips in the gold, so it doesn't look like it's taken any hits.
Okay. For now then, I'm gonna take the helmet and put it in my bag.
Yep. Add the Helm of Thorn to your bag.
Okay.
It weighs 10 pounds.
Of... How do you spell Thorm? Is it with a U?
Sorry, Torm. T-O-R-M.
T-O-R-M. Got it. And it's 10 pounds?
Yeah. As I said, it feels a little bit heavier than a standard helmet, but not a whole lot.
Okay. I'm going to walk back over to the pool and look at it.
You've been in the pool this whole time. Like, the pool is the majority of the room.
Oh.
It's very thin water, though. Like, it's like...
okay.
It probably wouldn't even come past your sole. The sole of your shoe.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Especially if they're like combat boots or something like that.
Gotcha. I was confused.
Yeah.
I thought that it was a small, like, almost hot tub sized pool in the center of the room.
No, it's the doorway has a small like platform that is like slightly raised above the reflecting pool, but the reflecting pool is the majority of the room.
Okay. Okay, so now what you said about the ichor and blood being all over the water makes more sense now. Okay. Do I feel energy coming from the water or just from the room in general?
It's just kind of... I mean, you can make a perception check to try to determine distance, but it's just this, like, saturating energy.
$22.
You actually kind of feel you do feel a little bit of a difference between energy. It's like the difference in between, like, a warm fire in a hearth and a blazing bonfire. And you feel that difference, like, on either side of you, where the friezes are depicting these very celestial scenes, is like the warmth of a hearth. Whereas where these friezes are depicting these kind of stranger forms, it is more like this heat of a bonfire.
So one is warm and fuzzy, the other is just hot.
Hot and strong. Powerful.
Okay, so like okay.
Yeah, the difference in between, like, warm and comforting and hot and powerful.
I guess I'll investigate the walls. Let's go towards the hot and like searing direction first.
Sure, make an investigation check. I mean,
7.
It's a mosaic frieze.
Do I recognize anything on the wall?
Make a religion... Yeah, make a religion check.
$16.
The first thing that strikes you is... they actually feel kind of... bestial. And then, quickly, you start to recognize different things. Ah. These are fiends. Definitely. Perhaps demons.
Interesting. So, a mosaic of fiends. Since they are fiends, would I be able to, upon looking at them, like, start recognizing the different fiends?
Yes. Yeah, you can look through and you do recognize a variety of different fiends. There's one kind of in the middle that looks really odd, actually. Like... you can't place precisely what kind of fiend it is. It almost looks like it's a mixture in between a bull and, like, it looks like it has, like, light radiating off of it. The face is weirdly human. Or It almost looks like it has like some marbling patterns on it. It's strange. You could make another religion check.
Okay. Is this creature a fiend? Because
You don't know. You're actually not gonna get the advantage.
I won't get the advantage on the favored enemy. Dang it.
Yeah. If you had rolled low on the other one, I was gonna give you advantage, but you rolled high enough to. Yeah, you can't really figure it out. Like there's something like there's something non-fiendish about it. Like there's light
Something
coming off of it.
non-fiendish about it.
Like
Does it make?
it looks like it has like sun symbolism somehow, which doesn't equate with any fiends that you know.
Looking at it, does anything strike with anything else I've encountered?
Not really.
No. Okay. Strange. Okay, so some strange-looking fiend surrounded by other fiends. Can I tell what the mosaic is trying to depict?
You kind of look at it. They're just kind of standing there. Like, maybe a victorious pose, or like a parade, or like that kind of feeling. But
This looks specifically familiar to me.
as you
Something
like
else
at this point, like yeah, you can have returned. The honor, the vault of honors was completely empty. So yeah, as you have returned, you like see him kind of looking at the friezes. You kind of look at it. Go ahead and make a religion check.
Absolutely. Woohoo! And I have advantage on that. Fantastic. Let's see. 19 plus 3, 22.
Yeah, you kind of look at it, and a lot of these fiends are kind of familiar. They're kind of bestial. Then that fiend in the middle is again really weird. Like, it looks like Bahamut, but what's with the sun imagery and like the weird marbling? And wait, then marbling. The angel you met was marbled.
Yes.
That sun could be a halo.
Oh.
Wait,
Huh.
that's Lythander's symbolism. But it's like merged with Bahamut.
Oh. 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 Oh yeah.
But it doesn't look like intentionally done. It looks completely randomly done.
That's so weird. Okay, yeah, I relay that to everyone else.
It's literally just you and Sean in the room.
Okay, I relay it to every Sean else.
Wait, what marbled figure are you talking about?
Well, so at the funeral, well, we kind of met up with an angel offering to bring me back. And that angel looked like it was made of, they were made of marble. She had like a bunch of marbly stuff and, you know, the stained glass wings and all that. Called himself the Companion? But it was like a conduit of the Companion, like not direct, like a Stone of Spar speech, like you make a call to someone through one of those, you send a message. Or
They called
like,
themselves the Companion?
yeah. Why, is that something? Is that a thing?
It is something. When we first arrived at the cathedral, there was a man named Gideon who served an individual called the Companion. Who was apparently attempting to save the city from the undead. I had a brief meeting with a being that claimed to be the Companion.
Hey. Huh. Well, now it's on this Bahamut.
It is not. The marbling that is indicative of Celestial is.
Gotcha. It's part of this thing. It looks like it got, I don't know, like a mashup. Kind of. I don't know.
A monster mash?
I mean, you should. I mean, from what I saw earlier today at the Graveyard Smash, yeah.
I mean, I did describe the undead limbs on the fence as, like, dancing at a concert, so...
I mean, they're crazy about concerts down in hell. It caught on in a flash.
Okay. What does this Companion have to do with this mosaic? There seems to be some type of connection.
I mean, there's a chance. No certainty. Obviously, you didn't hear from me, but there's a chance that the Companion that I spoke to was a fallen angel, and that has some ramifications, typically.
Sean will be silent, obviously in a deep sense of thought.
So, you're not saying anything, so I assume you're in a sense of deep thought or something that's...
I'll have to think these things over more.
Any players who might watch the stream? Watch for a moment, as this is within Michonne's mind. You hear a familiar voice, one that you talked to not long ago. You're under the chapel, are you not? The voice of the Companion.
Sean will look up and around, and he'll speak, saying, I am.
That frees that helm. Hazards to the city. There are connections to Bahamut. He sent the Minotaurs through. Destroy them. Put them at bay.
What? I don't understand.
I know not how exactly. I would imagine that it is simply this room connects well to other planes. now that it is in the fiendish planes, it connects easier with these. May once have been a connection to Thorn. Now is a connection to Bahamut. Must be destroyed.
The room?
The frieze itself, the depiction of Bahamut and the helm that you now carry.
Why would I need to destroy the helm if it's of Torm?
It has been brought into the connection. The deep connection has formed between it and the room. I would imagine that it was the death of Ravengard.
See. Are you a fallen angel?
No, I'm not. I'm an angel
Can I
who serves in protection of El Terrell.
insight that?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is my modifier? Insight. 3.
El Terrell is my city, and I wish to keep
18.
it safe. The companion seems sincere.
So, I believe that he is telling the truth when he said he's not a fallen angel.
Yes. And, well, I mean, you do not find any signs to distrust. Whether or not you believe, that's up to you. Seeing and believing are not the same.
Okay.
And, of course, it's not evident, it's not proof that they're truthful, it's a lack of evidence that they're lying.
Right.
By the way, you would like, though the form is kind of gender neutral and androgynous, it does lean slightly more towards feminine.
You had mentioned that earlier. I was actually trying to hint a little bit earlier about the marble. You mentioned the marble figure,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember you saying that the companion that I had met was marbled.
Yeah. And this, they were. You are not seeing the companion. You are only hearing them at the moment. Yes.
Right, but I was thinking about that first encounter with him or it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe that this frieze and this helmet have to be destroyed, or else monsters will continue to form in this room?
I know not if they will form while the helmet is not worn, or if it is a connection of the mind that caused this summoning. I know not how these function. All I know is they are connected, and that they are a pathway to Bahamut.
Hamlet. What is he? It?
It is a demon lord. Lawless chaos. Only seeks to bring the end. King of violent beasts.
See. What about the other frieze? on the other side of the room?
Those...
Does it have a connection?
Those have remained untouched by the fiends. Though it still has a slight connection towards the Celestial, it will not be powerful enough to do anything.
See.
Sorry. I cannot talk any longer.
Very well then. I will see you to the room.
Vigil.
Yeah?
Sean has been standing there quietly, kind of staring off into at the frieze for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see him blink and kind of look around the room.
Oh, I wasn't speaking out loud. I
Nope.
thought Fitchel was watching Sean lose his mind.
Oh.
No, that conversation was entirely inside your head.
Ah, okay.
I mean, technically you could make a saving throw, because any type of magic, you can technically try to make a saving throw to avoid it. So if you wanted to be speaking out loud, you could make a saving throw.
You know what? Sure. What would this be? Wisdom?
Yeah, wisdom, I'm gonna say. Or, actually, if you have it, willpower.
Oh, okay. I'd rather do the wisdom.
Well, it would be willpower because it technically...
14.
Yes, you were able to speak out loud. So... Let me try to remember what you said.
Would I have also been, like, turning around and, like,
Yes!
pointing and stuff?
Exactly, yeah. So,
So-
Sean has
so
just
it
kind of been...
looked-
Go ahead.
So it would have looked like to Fitchel that I was suddenly having, like, some one-way communication with something.
Yeah.
Either that or I
And-
had completely lost my mind.
Asking about the freezes, at one point, he said, and what is it like?
Well, I
As
asked,
far as I can remember, you never actually said any names.
no. He asked about he asked if it was a fallen angel.
Yes.
Then he
Yeah,
asked
he
what
did.
it was. He
Yeah.
then asked about the connection with the
Mhm.
freeze and the helmet.
Yes.
Then he asked about the other freeze and if it had a connection.
Yeah.
And then he said that he would deal with the room and the
Yeah.
helmet.
And to be clear, that first one when he asked if it was a fallen angel, he said, "Are you a fallen angel?" Whereas the other time when he said, "What is it like?" said, "What is it like?" So yeah, that's what Sean has been saying and doing for the past minute, kind of like walking around. And we're just gonna say that during that minute you were just kind of watching, despite the fact that you might have wanted to do something else.
Oh no, I'd be watching the whole time.
We're just retroactively saying that he was actually doing this. So.
I wait for him to finish, I guess.
Yeah.
Sean will, after turning back to look at the deformed mosaic that they were originally looking at, he'll suddenly kind of blink a few times. And look at Fitchel and the rest of the room. And then pull out the helmet that he put in his bag back out. And look at it.
It has not changed.
And then he'll look at Fitchel. And Fitchel, can you bring Jamie Squad here?
Yeah. I go to get them.
Yeah. Do you do anything while Fitchel is gone?
I'm looking at the frieze and the mosaic, and the helmet, and looking at the rest of the room. I am contemplating how the connection between the frieze and the helmet works.
But you don't actually take any action?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
I'm waiting for
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, so, Fitchel will return, Jammy Squad walking in. What do you need, sir?
I want you
We
to
gotta-
hold your position at the door and be ready to fire on anything.
Sure. Yep. They
Forgot that I'm not sir right now.
they all like line up and square up in the room, ready to fire at anything. Any direction, individual in particular?
Unsure.
Yep. Point in every direction, man. Yeah, as they
Fitchel.
square up.
Fitchel.
Yep.
Put this helmet on, and he'll toss the helmet towards him. If he's still over near the door, he'll walk over towards the door and toss it to him.
Yeah.
Alright.
This helmet like you catch this helmet. It's a like kind of a T gap in the visor, much like a Roman helmet. It's gold painted. As you're holding it, you see it morph, and holes and trails for your horns appear in the helmet. You now should be able to put it on.
Sean
No.
will switch his short sword to his fighting hand
Yes.
and back up against the wall.
Yeah, Fitchel, you put it on.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's on my
you
body.
you slip it on, and then
And I sit
You-
quietly for 5 hours.
you look up at the frieze.
Oh.
As the frieze, the face of the frieze begins to morph into the actual, like, fur of Bahamut's face. His horns coming through this large minotaur's head. Come to me, child of the wild. Then the face shifts, and it shifts as then you see the face of Torm, this bearded, red-bearded face, the light behind it. Oh, it wasn't like Sanderson, so it must have been Torm instead. As you see his face. No. This is dangerous. Don't. Why? As then you see him fighting back and forth, the face shifting back and forth as you begin to, like, feel pain in your head, and then you hear, Hey! Hey! Calm down, guys, calm down. No need to fight. He's with us. As the faces look, a scowl and then a relaxed face. You don't quite notice which one is on what face, as then everything was back to normal. You watch the frieze on the wall as the face shifts, it contorts, and it turns into nothing but the face of Bahamut. No other face is left there, no remnants of Torm. The frieze has completely turned into the face of Bahamut. As well, Finchel doesn't start bleeding from his nose. Okay, that was weird. Do we shoot at the goat man wall?
I'm gonna say no. I think we're okay.
What happened, Fitchell?
I have proven to be a worthy opponent of the forces of evil.
Can you take the helmet off?
Yeah, I tried to take the helmet off.
You cannot take it off.
No.
I was afraid of that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, it's good that the, like, branch thing on my head fell off, so it fits fine, but, you know, I don't... What is it, what's it do? This helmet? Am I okay?
It's supposedly, from what I know, it's a helmet of Torm.
Or...
If what information I've been told, it has some connection with that freeze and is most likely what was responsible for the monsters in this room. Seeing as though you have donned the helmet and nothing appeared except this change on the freeze, perhaps we are in the clear?
Yeah, you know, I think so. I think we're gonna be okay.
And that's
It's
where
all
we're
good.
gonna end the session.
Wait, can I do one last thing?
What do you want to do?
I was going to say, but to err on the side of caution, men, destroy that freeze.
Yeah. As yeah, like they wait for a moment, they glance at Finchel, then they lower their muskets at the freeze, and they fire. As the bullets just rip apart the wall, the mosaic clattering down to the water below, ripples across.
Sean will be
reflection of the pool.
darting his gaze across the rest of the room, waiting for just monsters to just appear out of nothing.
And nothing happens.
See, told you, we're gonna be okay.
Okay. I would like to also look at the other wall.
No, that's where the session ends. Nothing has changed about the room.
Will we start here next session, or?
No, we will start dealing with breaking out of the siege.
Okay.
You have dealt with everything here. Like, without spending a long more time you trying to figure things out, you have exhausted all of your leads in this room.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the end of the session.
Cool.
Had someone come back to life, had 2 heroes of the Sword Coast die, only one of them by party members' hands.
I didn't know.
Until, technically it was the soldiers firing that killed him, because that made him fail all his saving throws.
Oh.
They essentially coup de grace him. They didn't actually coup de grace him, they made him lose 2 of his saving throws because they made 2 attacks, and then he failed his last saving throw and died.
Now I still feel bad, though.
Yeah. So, Gideon Lightward died in the Chapel of Mourning.
Did he die doing what he loved?
I don't know.
Well, then we're gonna pretend that he did.
If doing what he loves is glaring at people who just shot him in the back with an arrow and then doing a bunch of necrotic damage to them, then yes.
I mean, that's what I'm into, so I feel like we're kindred spirits there.
I mean, he was standing near a glowing orb that looked suspicious.
Oh, a suspicious
Chanting
orb.
and
Man,
waving
I'd kill a
his
man too,
hands.
then.
Okay, it looked like he was casting magic when he was over by this orb that appeared
dude,
magical.
A lot of people cast magic.
They did also spend hours fighting through the hordes of the undead to get there.
Yeah, no,
and he was just in the middle of the Grand Cemetery, completely fine, seemingly?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was somehow in the middle of the cathedral where we believed the source of the undead was coming from. Chanting.
The undead do not stop rising, but Gallon Company Q permanently has a detachment there that as soon as a skeleton stands up, just shoots it. So, functionally, the dead stay in the graveyard now.
Well, that's good. What about all of the dead in in that section of town? Have those been swept out?
Yeah, they end up getting cleared out.
Okay. Okay. Well, that was a very interesting session.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah. And I totally forgot that Lulu the Holophant was supposed to be down there with you.
Whoops.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, I always forget her. As a character, I always forget her. And she's such a fun character, too.
It's always the short NPCs that get forgotten.
I think I'm gonna, allow her to be used as a sidekick. Like, I might, give someone her stat block so that they can use her in direct her in combat, if they want to.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Because then you'll actually be able to have her in combat with you, instead of every time anything happens, I forget she exists.
Ooh, Eden would be great as her.
Eden would be good as her, but that would turn it into a player character, and also Eden already can't do campaigns.
Oh, yeah.
No, more like give her to one of you guys to control in combat. I'd still run her as a character, but you would get to control her in combat.
So it'd be like a companion.
Yeah, the sidekick rules.
Okay. I dig it.
Except she wouldn't be leveling up like a sidekick. She actually has her own progression stuff, as you may have guessed by the fact that she grew this session.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interested in that.
Okay. So, since the session is over... Oh! Do I get... does Bacon get news from his summons? I don't know if it's
We'll handle that at the beginning of next session. So
okay.
put that in your notes and remember to deal with it.
I will make that note.
Remember that you get a standard rest, a normal rest, which is the 8 hours, but that is when you can spend hit dice and stuff. Like, go look in the rest rules for the extended rest, which is the middle length of rest, to figure out what you can do with that. Between sessions, you get a standard rest. Between this session and next.
Okay.
And I'm going to do research again on things of Avernus because I forgot a few things and also lost my research notes.
Research.
So we'll actually find out a few things. But now you have a significant lead through Lulu the Holophant.
Yay!
So, yay.
Nobody's dying.
Yeah, session's over. No reason to stay here unless you want to stay in chat.
Okay.
Nah, I would, but I got
So-
I got another call to get to.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you.
So all
Yeah.
characters will level up. Does
Oh, yes,
Sean...
one level.
Yes, one level. Does Sean get 2? Because he gets the one
Yes.
as a celestial.
Yeah, you get
warlock?
one warlock level and one
Okay.
one level just from being in the session.
Okay. Okay. Let me